Madam. Kina wakani ko mini da sun ci wani fara kina ta burbur da gofa ubanki.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of our 6th Internet Governance Forum, our virtual forum. I have muted everybody, please. So if you are not speaking, please remain on mute before we move into today's session proper. Before we move into today's session proper, we are just 5 minutes over the hour. Remember that we are streaming live on Facebook, and it's also on Instagram, so feel free to check out various information streaming. We have 2 sessions for today. The first session is going to be moderated by Khadija Jawara, my colleague. She'll be moderating the session on impact of social media on misinformation and fake news into elections 2021. We have the Gambia Press Union and we have various speakers also speaking. So before we go into that session, what I will suggest, we just have a quick recap from one of our rapporteurs of yesterday, Mahmoud Diouf. Again, if I fail to introduce myself, I'm Ponslate, National Resource Person for the West African Internet Governance Forum, moderating this brief session. Hand over to Khadija. Mahmoud, over to you now. Just brief updates of yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ponslate. I appreciate this. The summary of day 1, the 6th National Internet Governance Report. The National Internet Governance Forum brings together key stakeholders across the country to dialogue, analyze, evaluate, and give recommendations on ways in which digital governance and inclusion could be a reality regardless of gender, age, and geographical location. The forum is organized by the National Internet Governance Forum Steering Committee in collaboration with the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Infrastructure. The 6th edition of this year's forum, however, is a 2-day forum virtually on Zoom. The theme for this year's forum is digital inclusion in the Gambia in times of COVID-19, and the other sub-themes are impact of social media on misinformation, fake news into elections 2021, and private and data protection in the Gambia. The first session of the 2-day forum and the only session of yesterday was mainly focused on questions and answers, and moderated and chaired by Mr. Ponslate. The opening session, however, saw Mr. Ponslate welcome various stakeholders, ministers, and participants to the 6th edition of the IGF. Mr. Ponslate highlighted the significance of the forum and the important weight it holds in ensuring digital inclusion becomes a reality. He further acknowledged the presence of various representatives from key institutions such as the UNDP, PURA, MOICI, Global IGF, Give One Project, and others. Mr. Ponslate introduced the chairperson and other representatives. Each representative was, however, given a minimum time to further introduce themselves and the role of their organization or institution in ensuring the realization of digital inclusion and affordable internet access. The opening session was followed by a tea break, which was preceded by question and answer session. The first question directed to the UNDP country representative was, what has been the challenge in getting people to be digitally inclusive in these trying times, and what are we looking at from the angle of the UNDP in supporting digital inclusion within the country? The Consulate, however, quickly stated that the UNDP support and intervention is in her organization's DNA. She said the UNDP has supported many organizations to go digital, thereby reducing the risk of exposure. Working with the Banjul City Council to provide a digitalized revenue collection for all traders and provide them with face masks and fumigation. UNDP also supports young entrepreneurs in providing marketing collaboration with the International Trade Center. She also highlighted that the UNDP supports soft skills training for able parties. She concluded that the UNDP is open to supporting relevant partners and is also interested in giving insights to other stakeholders on the opportunities and challenges for the digital economy in the Gambia. Questions directed to the Give1 project read, in terms of digital inclusion, how do you see affordability and what do you think government can do to help young people with affordable internet access? Ali representative from Give1 project highlighted that due to the pandemic, everyone seems to need internet access more than ever, and this organization has always been in the forefront advocating for affordable internet access. He said government needs the power of the internet because it plays a huge role in national development, and it is a matter of national security to have Senegal serving as support partners whenever the ACE cable is under maintenance. He urged government to work towards providing cheaper and reliable internet access nationwide. The question directed to the Minister of Communication and Infrastructure read, what do you think the Ministry of Communication and Infrastructure can do to help reduce the cost of internet for young people? Sirin Moduba highlighted that government can help by reducing the tax process for GSM and internet providers to the lowest minimum, which would allow more investors into the country. He alluded that a flexible market whereby many players will come to play will have impact on the cost and creating more employment for the youth as well. Then there was a statement by the National Youth Council, which was given by Mr. Ba. Mr. Ba said, I will just give a brief summary of that. Mr. Ba said digital inclusion for youth should go beyond just internet accessibility. And he urged the government to digitalize the health system for better record keeping processes. He added that there is a need for labs to be created for savvy youth with creative ideas to help provide and build reliable digital solutions. He concluded that the National Youth Council is playing its part by ensuring that youth are informed, capacitated, connected, and supported to help the country realize its digital transformation agenda. Some of the recommendations from the day one session are as follows. Government should reduce the tax processes to the minimum value to allow investors into the market, thereby creating more opportunities for employment. Government should invest heavily to power up the internet because it plays a key role in national development. IGF steering committees should allow private citizens to have a voice in the decision-making process of internet governance. Government should provide a cable to complement the ACE cable whenever it is down for maintenance. Government should not allow Senegal to be backup partners whenever the ACE cable is down due to security reasons. Young people should be given the platform to develop their ideas in terms of digital literacy. Thank you very much, Mr. Francis. That was all I have for you.
Yes, thank you, Mahmoud. I now hand over to Hadija. So Hadija, please, over to you, and let's get going for today.
Thank you very much, Pons. Thank you, everybody, for joining this session. The session we'll be having right now is the impact of social media on misinformation, fake news in relation to election 2021. So I think Gambia is about to go into elections, I think, in 2021. Campaigns will be starting very soon. I think because of the COVID, we can all see that things have slowed down a little bit. But and right now, when you are following, when it comes to internet governance issues and data rights, one of the leading conversations people have right now is the issue of fake news. So we have prominent people from the civil society, media, to join this discussion. The first person we have is Fatou Kamara. Fatou Kamara is the proprietor of the Fatou News Network. She has the biggest news network currently in the Gambia. And when it comes to activism and different issues in the country, she's always on the forefront for most of the campaigns we have here. So we felt we can have this discussion when it comes to issues of fake news without her presence there. Then the second person on the panel is Sekou Jammeh. Sekou is Secretary General of the Gambia Press Union. He will also be joining us for this discussion. We also have Fatou Balde. Fatou Balde, MBE. She's the coordinator of the Women in Liberation. Fatou also will be joining us right now. Fatou has made a name when it comes to women leadership, transitional justice. She has been, for the past few years, she's one of the key figures when it comes to transitional justice in the Gambia and the rights of minorities and women in the country. We also have a guest from Nigeria, Zainab Al-Amin. Zainab is the chair of the Initiative for Voice and Protection of African Women. Zainab has also been taking part in discussions on freedom of expression issues, fake news, up to the African Commission level. She will also be joining us. And then we have the National Assembly member, Alaji Mbo. Alaji is part of the Education and ICT Committee. I think he's the vice chair of the committee. And Alaji, when it comes to digital rights issues, especially when issues of ICT goes to the National Assembly, most of the discussions are headed by Alaji. And recently we even have an experience with him when it comes to the Freedom of Information Bill. He has been spearheading this at the National Assembly level. So there you can see that we have a very interesting panel for the next discussion. So I will invite the panelists so that we can start the discussions as soon as possible, so that they can all acknowledge their presence. We can start with a question and answer. So the first person I will call on is Fatou Kamara. Fatou, are you with us?
I think I have to unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well,
thank you
very much, Khadija, and thank you, everyone. And do I have to say thank you for waking me up early? Because it's 7 o'clock in the morning in Florida. So I have to wake up.
So if your mom wakes you up, it's okay.
Yeah, but thank you once again, and I am happy to be here. And I would, of course, like to thank the Gambia National Internet Forum for inviting me to this very important forum, the 6th Gambia Internet Forum. The internet and questions regarding everything that has to do with its governance, particularly its governance, of course, is very dear to my heart. One, as a journalist, and second, as a media personality involved in the Gambia's growing web culture and online platform. You did mention we have a following. I have been asked to speak on the impact of social media on misinformation and fake news in relation to the elections, which is coming up in 2021. This, of course, is very timely and crucial subject, especially in the wake of the current impact social media has as it relates to its use as a vehicle for the spread of fake news online, which is becoming a big problem for everybody now. For individuals, for politicians, for businesses, for everyone. Sometimes you read stuff about yourself that you have to take a break and ask yourself, is this really me? Are they really talking about me? I'm sure this happens to a whole lot of us here. So I want this discussion to be interactive and engaging, so I'm not going to do a long speech. I don't like speeches. I would also like to put a lot more emphasis on fake news itself, as it is the problem right here. Social media is both a conduit for fake news and a solution to its growing menace. So let's define fake news first. Fake news equals misinformation defining the reporting of hoaxes and misleading information, which has become a commonplace on social media. The prominence of fake news and confusion surrounding its proliferation is linked to the ease by which such information is disseminated on social media platforms and networking sites. Consequently, the term fake news has recently become a politicized way to criticize unfavorable news coverage. We've also seen that during the time that Gambia was in a struggle, most of the information that comes out, everybody would appreciate it and love it and believe it on the spot. But now, too, when you write something that the other side do not like, or something, they will just come up with comments like, "This is fake news." That is like Donald Trump. That's also everywhere. That is why we said now that fake news has recently been politicized, and this is a way to criticize unfavorable news coverage as well. So the history of fake news since the Roman days, when political enemies planted politically damaging information about one another in the public sphere. This method of spreading falsehood for all kinds of nefarious reasons has been commonplace. It's always been there. The advent of the internet has only served to expand its potency, expand its reach, and turbocharge the speed which it spreads. That's what happened now, but it's not like it's never been there. Fake news has been there before the internet, when even in our neighborhoods, when stuff was spread that are not true. But now, because of the coming of the internet, it kind of like puts it out there for everybody to see. So now it is becoming more of a problem. So social media has essentially helped fake news and misleading information to gain new grounds with devastating consequences of our political processes, despite global agreements, etc. So because of its deployment, low cost and efficacy, it has become the weapon of choice for those who refuse to abide by norms and standards of fair play. It is the tool for those people and institutions that are up to no good. You also have to look at how the internet, most of everything now is monetized. So that's also one reason why people want to put out a lot of fake news, because you get paid at the end of the day, depending on the number of hits that you get. So when it comes to news on the websites, I don't think Google do fact checks. So threats posed by fake news. As the 2016 elections in the United States showed, with the now investigated and established facts of Russian involvement, fake news deployment in social media has the power to call into question the integrity of our sacred institutional agreements, while at the same time rocking the very foundation on which our nation's ideals and aspirations for transparent democratic processes rest. So it's continuing threat to elections, especially in the US. The elections here are coming in November, and other democracies, by relentless targeting of hyper-partisan views, which plays to mainstream fears and prejudice aimed at influencing voting plans and their electoral behaviors, which is of great concern to everyone. So fake news poses even bigger danger to fledgling democracies like the Gambia, where monitoring and debunking of such information is even more challenging. Most of the time when there's fake news or wrong information spread by someone, what do you do about it? If you are like Fatou Camara, you go out, start fighting back. A lot of people would say, no, it's not worth it. And then it becomes more painful because there is false information out there about you. You don't like it and you can't do anything about it. So it poses a serious threat, of course, to national security, because it compromises trust in the system, wherever that may be. Such threats to our democracy must not be taken lightly, because those are serious, especially when it threatens the security of a country. The messages on mainly Gambian WhatsApp, the Facebook platforms, particularly as we hold this gathering, already manifest such concerns. Most of the time you wake up to 500 fake news and everybody will be like, oh, did you hear what happened? And where did you hear it? They go, oh, WhatsApp groups. It's in all the WhatsApp groups. So what do we do now? So as highlighted above, fake news on social media spreads at the speed of light. It's really fast. Countering such, therefore, requires concerted efforts by all and sundry. Government, social media platforms, administrators, newspaper editors, law enforcement, civil society, of course, and opinion leaders. A relentless campaign mechanism has to be deliberately set up to fact-checked and expose such information. For instance, in the United States of America, online search engine companies and social media platforms have of recent been very instrumental in debunking fake news. I'm sure you've all seen how many times recently Trump's tweets have been pulled down, and also some of the stuff that he put on Facebook that's also been pulled down, despite he's the president. They have even come up with labels now to designate them based on the degree of falsehood. They have that in America now. Partly true, is false, pants on fire are some of the tags that that have become all too common now here. So because they've started fact checking stuff. So since the Gambia is on the focus right here, especially with the coming of the 2021 elections, the government must engage all stakeholders and task them with setting up a mechanism like the one that we have in the US. This is a model that they can use to fact check, exposing these lies when they become fully entrenched in our election process. Because otherwise, you know, we're going to see all kinds of stuff. You go somebody, you know, how they put somebody's face in another body and say, is that person, you know, with no clothes on and that kind of stuff, then we would see a whole lot of that, especially as we go towards elections. So how do we do that? I think should be our main focus at the conclusion of this morning gathering. Social media is here to stay. We cannot take that away, and it's even going to be more. Now we have TikTok, which has over 800 million, it's close to 1 billion now within months. So it is going to be here, and fake news will continue to use it to muddy the waters. That's not going to go. So this is why I'm thinking it would be very good if in the Gambia as well, we can have a mechanism where all of us can come together and work with the government and see how we can also be fact-checking some of these things. I think that would really help us. I would like to thank you all for this opportunity. Like I said, I don't want to take a lot of your time, and I yield.
Thank you very much, Fatu. That's very interesting. But before we go to the next speaker, I just have a short question for you. One of the key issues we are facing right now, especially when it comes to Gambian politics, and we are very close to election, is that people, when it comes to receiving information, tend to take party lines, and which sometimes can be very, very difficult, especially when it comes to media owners like you, because we have seen that when it comes to the trust in the media, it is declining. This is worldwide, and Gambia is not different. And people tend to receive information based on partisan line. And we are heading into elections. We are talking about fact-checking and making sure that the population is informed to make the right decision. How do you think, as a media owner, you can go about this to make sure that people receive the right and the right information to be able to make informed choices?
I think that's one of the big challenges we are all faced with right now as proprietors or proprietors of media organizations. What I've seen now is for every political party, they just want you to support them. They just want you to write all the good things about them. They don't want you to criticize their leaders, but they all want you to go after President Adama Barrow. So that's the problem we have right now. I think what we need to do is to just be focused. If you know that you're doing the right thing, you do not have to worry. I fight with almost all the political parties, except I'm serious, except Joy. I don't think they're very, very involved into stuff like that. But most of them, anything you say, and even those that I fight with, it's not their leaders, it's supporters. The supporters will always be out there. If you write something about their political party that to them is not favorable, they come after you. So sometimes you look at it like they're trying to control the media, which we would not accept. So the thing here is focus. For those in the media, we have to be focused. Let's be fair to all of them, because that's also very important. You cannot be criticizing nonstop. If they do something that is also equally good, I think we should be able to amplify that, to be out there and say, okay, this person did that, and they did the right thing. I think focus is what I have to say. Know what once all the information that you have is true. Don't be scared about anything. Don't be worried about anything. Just put the information out there to the best of your ability.
Thank you very much, Fatu. We will come back to the question, and we will come back to you during the question and answer session. We now move on to Sekou Jammeh. Sekou is Secretary General of the Gambia Press Union. Sekou, I will throw a question to you before you come in. I will take it from where I left with Fatu Camara. We are seeing the declining trust of the media and the rise of fake information. And we are heading into elections. What do you think should be what part do you think the media should take moving forward to gain trust from the population when it comes to information? Hello, Sekou. Quants, can you please unmute Sekou?
I have unmuted myself.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you. No, I was saying that thank you very much, and I am very happy to be part of this forum, and I am happy to answer your question. But before I ask that, let me pose a question back to Fatu for her intervention when she's coming, because she talks about working with the government to expose fake news. I would be very much interested to hear from Fatu how we're going to do that, because for me, I hold a very strong view, and a very strong one for that matter, that government anywhere in the world is the biggest peddler of fake news and misinformation. But coming back to your question, Hadija, with respect to what journalists should do, you see, when we talk about fake news anytime, the first thing that comes to anyone's mind is journalist, because we have news after fake, and journalists are the ones who give news. That is our business. Because fake is with news, now fake news is associated with journalists. And it is very difficult in a Trump era to convince people that journalists are not peddlers of fake news. And that is why for advocates like, advocates of press freedom, they came up with this term that there is no such thing as fake news. Because when it is fake, it is not news. And when it is news, it is not fake. Because news all the time goes through a very rigorous and methodological process of quality control before it is put out. Of course, we are not saying that journalists do not put out information that is not accurate, but there is a difference between poor journalism or substandard journalism and a deliberate attempt by someone else to deceive people. So that's the difference. And like Fatu said, fake news has been here with us way before even what we know today to be conventional journalism. And there is, of course, a nexus between misinformation, which I would like to use, or information disorder. I wouldn't want to be using fake news, between misinformation and politics. Because misinformation or fake news is mostly traced back to the Roman times. And some people believe that the first Roman emperor actually came to power thanks to fake news. And we know that in a great way, Trump also was elected to become, US president because of fake news. And even in some ways, President Barrow also was elected to power, thanks to some fake news. Some fake news has its bad and good side, of course. So misinformation is part of political condition or part of political reality. So it is not a Gambian problem. This is a global problem. But we know with elections, information is weaponized, in a very dangerous way. And social media makes the manipulation of that information very simple and very easy. So coming back to your question, what should journalists do? Journalists should make effort to improve the quality of journalism, because when you do substandard journalism or you do poor quality journalism, you become a platform for people that have the intention to deceive the people, so that they can use you and your platform as a channel to peddle that kind of information. And it should interest every journalist to engage in rigorous campaign, like Fatu said, against misinformation campaigns, because they damage the image and the reputation of journalism. It is very bad. So journalists, in my view, cannot continue to be bystanders. Bystanders, as face news and the social media, amplifying it to get hold in a country. They should be part of the fight against fake news. They should expose people that are spreading false news. They should purchase and invest in tools that are there for verification purposes, because they should verify every information and that are there. I know this is a challenge because with social media, with enhanced tools now that people can use, or new technology that people can use to manipulate audio, to manipulate video, to manipulate pretty much everything, it's become very difficult for journalists to verify information. But tools are coming out also to support journalists so that they can counter some of those things and expose wrongdoing in society. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you very much, Sekou. I just see that from your discussions, Biran has created a catchphrase for you: real news is fake and fake news is not real, which is very interesting. But I will take it from where you stop, which is the manipulation of videos also. And I will start my discussion with Fatuba on that. Fatou Balde, are you online?
Yes, I am. Hello. Hi.
Yes. So Sekou mentioned a manipulation of videos, and we have seen that this has affected women a lot, especially women in politics. And this is something you have been working on, and we see that when women try to join politics also, people trying to tarnish their image, character assassination and everything. And one of the things they use is videos also to turn it into porn and everything. And recently we have seen a lot of Gambian young women getting interested in politics, and they want to join the political field, but because of the harassment online, can be very difficult. So when it comes to these videos, people using fake videos to try to tarnish their image coming to election. So what do you think we can do to make sure that women are not bullied out of the political landscape?
Thank you, Hadijatu. As you've mentioned, my name is Fatou Balde. That's a very interesting question. In fact, I had tailored my contribution today on gender. I know other first glance at technology and social media, you don't tend to look at it from a gender. Many people don't tend to look at it from a gender perspective. But if you look at social media, it has a gender dimension. First of all, I'll get back to your question, but I just want to highlight that first of all, a lot of people in the Gambia, as my other colleagues have already spoken, rely on social media for news. And when you look at our population, particularly women rely a lot on social media, especially where they receive a lot of information on what is happening. So it is important that whatever information that is going out there, we ensure that it's accurate as much as possible. Because once fake news goes out, once people start believing in what they've heard from social media or on their WhatsApp platform, it is very difficult to change those perceptions. As you've rightfully mentioned, a lot of women are interested in going into politics, but the fear of social media, the fear of mainstream media and how they could be attacked is one of the factors that puts off a lot of women, young women, from going into politics. So as I was saying, social media and news and information has a gender dimension. I would like to give an example. So, for instance, when Marie Shock came out to express her interest, as we are all mentioning, we are looking forward to 2021 election. We want to see an increase in the participation of women at all levels of decision making, but especially at the very top end. But we saw what happened when Marie Shock came out to express her intention to run as a presidential candidate. We saw how her image was continuously put on all social media platforms. Her dress code was questioned, her hairstyle was questioned, everything that she did was questioned. We haven't seen any male candidate go through that. I haven't come across any potential male candidate who is interested in politics being questioned about wearing a kaftan or wearing jeans or suits. But for a woman to come out, the media uses that to tarnish their image. that alone would leave a perception in voters as to what that woman is, which has a serious impact on that woman winning elections or winning a seat at the high level. So that is a very disturbing fact that hinders a lot of women from reaching those positions. But also, as I was mentioning, just women and young people, we represent the highest population in this country. Therefore, the perception that we have towards news is very important, because that will determine how we vote, for instance, in 2021. So it is important that the messages that women and young people are receiving are accurate, but also when people receive information. So for instance, who are the people that take fake news? Who are the people that believe in fake news? If you look at the community level, a lot of the time it's people with low level of education. And the way that we are brought up in our society, we don't question a lot. So whatever we see, a lot of people will just go with the flow, for example, and think that what I'm hearing is the reality. I have an example. So for instance, when Honorable Tuma spoke at the National Assembly and brought up issues around mosque and secularism, this was interpreted in whole sorts of different ways at the community level. People started interpreting secularism and connecting it to homosexuality. And that caused a huge backlash towards the belief of making Gambia a secular state. That big question mark that we still are working on. So it is very important that when information is going out, we think about all the impact that it is going to have at the lower level. I also wanted to I know both Fatu and Sekou have made reference to Trump and how he's used social media, fake media and information to get to where he is, and how he used that to demonize the image of Hillary Clinton. Everybody knew she was a better candidate than Trump, but Trump used what was at his advantage, the media, that they used it to fight her at all levels. But most importantly, the fight was focused on her gender. The fight was focused on her being a woman, and that was what was used. And we are seeing exactly as Shehu mentioned, this is a global issue, not just a Gambian problem.
I think we have lost Fatu. We can come back to her. Honorable Mo. Honorable. Hello.
Ija, you can go if Honorable Bo is still listening. You can go to Zainab,
yeah.
And yes, because
Bo is online.
It's on.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, we lost Fatu, so we can go. Yeah, we can go straight to you. People have been attacking politicians since we started the discussions. That you are the biggest peddlers of fake news. But also, I want to bring in another. Since you are here also as a National Assembly member, I also want to bring also the policy angle here. So one of the biggest backlash we have is not even backlash. Let me not say that. The other side of the angle is that when it comes to, because fake news also is closely related to freedom of expression issues. So people are saying even the well-intentioned policy, well-intentioned law can have a serious repercussion when it comes to issues of fake news, freedom of expression and privacy, because then you have to find a way to balance it. No matter how well you balance it, it may have an impact on it. So do you think if we want to regulate fake news or misinformation, is it going to affect our freedom of expression, or should we regulate it? Just go ahead and regulate it.
Yes, thank you very much, Khadija, and also thank you to all the panelists that are here with us today, and also to the organizers of the IGF Gambia. I think, Hadia, you just asked a very pertinent question relating to our political situation in this country. Because freedom of expression, again, with my human rights, this I think that really one needs to balance out. Because again, if I'm free to say anything I want to say, perhaps saying certain things may also endanger somebody. For example, in the US, you cannot go into a movie theater and just shout fire. Those things you cannot do because that could cause really issues along the line. So it's a situation where we need to really balance it out, where we don't, trump on people's fundamental human rights, and also to ensure that we have freedom of expression. But just to also take it back a little bit, I think it's equally important for us to understand one particular area. When we talk about the fake news itself, I think it's important that we really understand that the intent of that particular news or of that publication is there, and the intent really is to change somebody's perception and is also to influence somebody's decision making. I think these are two key issues that really are the cornerstone of fake news, really. So if what you're going to put out there in the media is two things, whether you want it to influence the perception of somebody, or you want also to influence somebody's decision making. So those things actually fall on the fake news. Again, Fatu was right that fake news has been here for too long. In fact, if you look at the history of fake news, you realize that it was originally it was done to be able to sell newspapers like tabloids. Because people were not buying. So if they create a controversial headline or a controversial news, even though they knew that it was false, people tend to buy more. So the fake news issue actually has started very long. But another area also that I really need to also talk about, people associate fake news to journalists, for example. And I think, personally, I think that's really very unfair. Because if you look at how fake news is actually are transmitted, who creates them? Who are these people? You realize that some of them actually, they are not even journalists for themselves, for the most part. They are not. But because of the advent of technology, they use the technology as a medium in which they can propagate or they can disseminate such information. So really, it's not really about, it's the journalists that are transmitting that, but we have people that are actually non-journalists. That means they do not have any editorial standards, meaning the information they put out there to the public has not been edited by anybody.
I will just chip in there. Do you agree that the biggest peddlers of fake news are politicians?
Well, I wouldn't agree totally because, I believe in statistics. Again, if you do a study or a research that critically tells me that, we've done a survey of 10,000 or 500 people, and this is what we came out, then I can actually agree. But I do know that they contribute to it. Why they contribute to it? Because when it's good, it's okay with them. But when it's bad, then they talk about it. Now, if you write a false story about a politician, and what you wrote actually is false, and the politicians know that actually this is false, they never come back and say, no, what you have written is not good, even though it's good on their own image. So for me, I think, yes, they do contribute. But to say that they are the biggest, I'm not so sure about that. But I do know that we have some very honest politicians around the world and in the Gambia for that matter. So unless I have some statistical information that would back up that argument, really, I would tend to differ a little bit on that. But I do know that they do contribute towards this fake news. Now, in the Gambian context, for example, if you look at the Gambian context, for example, you are talking about the population of 2.4 million people, approximately. And if you look at the advent of the internet, like the internet penetration from year 2000, when we had almost 4,000 users of the internet in the Gambia, until the end of 2019, which is last year, where we actually had some astronomical numbers. You are talking about 442,000 people by the end of 2019 that actually are using the internet. So that's a big gap. And if you look at Facebook subscribers, also according to some research, you are talking about almost 370,000 accounts. Now, the question is, will misinformation or fake news actually affect Gambian politics? It has the potential to do so. And again, I think when you talk about fake news, it takes you back to the 2016 elections in the United States, where people actually believe that it had a big impact. In fact, Congress, as well as the FBI, they made some investigations about this particular fake news, which they were pointing fingers to Russian mafias, etc. But they all agreed that there was an intent, and the intent was basically to change the perception of some people and to influence them in their decision making. But if you go further in the research, you will see that it wasn't really a very big thing, but actually it actually has an impact. Now, for our country, the Gambia, we are going into 2021 elections, which is presidential elections. And again, it's also very important for us all to understand that it's actually going both sides. Somebody would send a fake news online, but then you will also have a counter, and even the counter itself also may not be really totally accurate in itself. So it's actually going both ways, in favor of somebody or not in favor of somebody. So I think these are the things that we really need to do. But I think at the end of the day, it's important that we do fact checks. And also, I think we've been working very closely at the level of the parliament in terms of access to information. Because sometimes the lack of information sometimes could also make people to write stories that could be fake, but the intention they have was not really to send out the fake news, but because they don't have the information, sometimes that happens. Yeah. Are we there? Okay. So again, there are a lot of things that we really need to do as a country in terms of laws that would actually help to guide people in terms of personal data, cybersecurity, and other areas like access to information that I think could actually help to ensure or to reduce fake news that could be peddled, which could actually have a drastic effect on our national security, and also to make people to vote or to put somebody in office that may not be necessarily the right person to be in office.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Very interesting discussions. We are running out of time, so I'll just move quickly to Zainab Al-Amin, the chair of the Initiative Forum for the Voices and Protection of African Women. Zainab, people have mentioned a lot about fake news and internet, and then some people are arguing maybe it's even a mistake. We should be doing away with everything. Do you agree with the whole thing? Do we need to reset the button on the internet, or can we find a way to balance the rights of people and also the opinion of people with relations to fake news?
Sorry, I need you to come again. I didn't get the question.
People are arguing that maybe because internet users are growing, and when you even see the engagement, I think even the pandemic has increased. Facebook said that in April they have more than 30 billion engagement, just the month of April. And then Twitter, I think, increased by 24%. But then we are also seeing the rise of fake news also. Then people are arguing because it's compromising our democracy. Freedom of expression is questionable now. So do we need to reset everything, or because this is a fundamental life issue, we just have to find the right path to move forward? How do we balance it?
Well, the COVID-19 pandemic have really led to rise in spread of fake news, even in advanced countries, because we've seen where the 4G was being used, or is it 5G that was being used as an excuse that it's the cause of COVID-19. As a result of that, some properties belonging to organizations that are launching that in UK were destroyed, and so on and so forth. So there is a need to have a particular platform that will be able to counter this fake news, because when you try to control news, it's as if you're trying to gag it. We must be careful. We must be able to have a balance, because for every government, not just in Africa, across the globe, there's this problem we have of tolerating criticism. So when there's a rise in fake news due to pandemics such as that of COVID-19, in the end, if everybody just decides to be like, let's allow the government, censor social media, in the long run is going to affect everybody negatively, because that will now be used to stop both news that are accurate, that is holding the government to account, it's going to be used as an excuse to gag the media and gag everybody. So there's just that need to have a balance, have a platform where reliable information can be gotten. That's one.
Zainab, your line is breaking.
For Africa, Gambia inclusive, we have a high number of young people. Africa is a continent of the youth. there's a need to carry young people on. Okay. Can I go on, please? Restart my data and see what happens.
Your video is breaking. Maybe you can just switch off your camera so that we can hear you, because we missed some part of what you were saying. Hello? Hello?
Can I go, please? Hello, can I go on? I guess the service is too poor.
Stand up, you can continue.
Okay. So basically there's that need to carry young people, because young people are the peddlers of fake news mostly across, especially Africa. This is a continent of young people, and as such, it is young people that you always find peddling fake news. And as such, there's need for these young people to be carried along on everything, for them to understand the impact, the negative impact of whatever they are posting. Sometimes it could be destructive. They can even become victims of whatever they're peddling. So that's basically what I think should be done, as against just gagging the media or anything like that.
Thank you very much, Zainab. We have a lot of questions in the platform. So I'll read, I think I will start with Madi Jabata, because that's the one I have in front of me. Madi is saying that fake news is a contradiction in terms. Journalism began and in terms of news. News in terms. News may be inaccurate, which has been here since journalism began, and journalists have come to correct the wrong reporting. But fake news is a product of non-journalists, such as the kind of false information Trump, Barrow, and similar politicians, government will give that will be inaccurate, but serving specific political objectives. Mr. Mbo, since you are the politician among the panelists, what do you have to say about that?
Can you repeat, because I can't hear you properly? Can you repeat that?
Madi is saying that fake news is a contradiction in terms. News may be inaccurate, which has been here since journalism began. Journalists have come to correct their wrong reporting. But fake news is a product of non-journalists, such as the kind of false information that Trump or Barra and similar politicians and government will give that will be inaccurate, but serving a specific political objective. I will just use this and remind you, you know, when you were saying, you said that journalists are the ones selling fake news also to sell their news. But Madi is saying that no, politicians are the ones who are peddling it. So what do you have to say to that? To serve your political objective.
Maybe perhaps yes, maybe perhaps he didn't probably understand what I was referring to. I was saying fake news has been here for too long and is, in fact, the tabloids, I'm talking about more than 100 years ago, that's what they used to do to be able to sell their papers. It's not about now, but it was about then. When it was started, that's when fake news started. So it was just giving a historical perspective of when fake news actually started, but that is not the current situation. What I was referring to is really some more than 100 years ago, when some tabloids really, to be able to sell their papers, they have to write some very controversial and sometimes inaccurate news that has no editorial perhaps, and they just sell it there. But now, when you look at the media now, they have some editorial boards. You write a story, your editor takes them, look at them, do some fact checks before they publish. So that's not the current situation. What I was referring to was more than 100 years ago, when actually fake news started going around in the world.
Just throw it, any of the panelists can take it. Someone said, whose primary responsibility is it to educate citizens? If half of the population are digitally uneducated and cannot differentiate between real and fake news, it is imperative to educate them, not for political agendas, but for development purposes. So the question is, whose responsibility is it to educate that public?
Khadija, if I can just come in there, I just want to say the problem sometimes is, for instance, in the Gambia, everybody is called a journalist. Like you can have a Facebook page and you upload your stories and the people would be always journalists who are putting up fake news. I think where we need to start first, they need to recognize who are the trained journalists, because most of the time they do not put out fake news. I mean, this comes from on WhatsApp groups. And then everybody wants to shift the responsibility to us to say, it is the journalist. Who has mentioned that news is not fake, and fake news is also not news. So if people want real news, they know where to go. Amid all this fake news information going out on social media and all this fake stuff that is there, when news breaks, people know where to go. For instance, if I see that there was this recently, there was something that was put out about the King of Bahrain. I don't know if you've seen that robot thing. I fact check. You know, I did that, and I went online and tried to look at credible news, international news sites, and see if the story is there, and it's not there. So I think most of the time it's people confusing themselves, but they know really, if you want the right news, they know where to go, and they know who the journalists are, people that they need to follow for news.
Yes, Khadija, can I just
thank you for that. Let me just say one of the panelists has his hand up. Sekou has his hand up. Sekou, you can speak. Then after Sekou, then Malang X Bojang.
Well, just to follow up on Fatih, to say that I spoke about this. You see, so there are main sources of misinformation, main sources. And one of the main sources of misinformation is politicians. Politicians are in the business of giving information to people, information that will make their platform more popular. And that's one. Now, the other main source of information are corporate entities. The third main source of information could be intelligence agencies, okay? Because intelligence agencies, these are the people that have mastered the art of misinformation, particularly when they want to get the opinion of people on a matter. You understand? Or when they want to go after someone, then they put out some fake news out there. We spoke about the fact that journalists are victims of it, because when you are sloppy as a journalist, and then this kind of information, you receive it, you go ahead and publish it, then you are also publishing fake news. So we are victims of it because it has damaged the credibility of the journalism, of journalism. We are also victims of it in a way that when you have someone like Trump, and then you are now having more and more presidents like Trump, who each time they face criticism from the press, they will brand that kind of journalism as fake journalism or fake news, because the kind of criticism that they are receiving from there doesn't favor them. So that is why, for me, what I am going to appeal to everyone on this platform and even outside of it is to know one thing, that when we talk about fake news or misinformation, let journalists don't come into your mind, because we are equally as victims of it as everyone is. Of course, we would want journalists to do more to verify. We would want them to be more engaged with social media platforms so that they can give people an alternative platform where they can get correct information, information that is verified. We would want that. But then please, 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 when we talk about fake news or misinformation, let journalists don't come into your mind. In fact, journalists are a big part of the solution, because journalism, one of the cardinal principles of journalism is about truth. And we should be out there to tell the truth to people at all times. So we are part of the solution. And that's why when you look at more developed countries, all the key media platforms now have a fact-checking platform where they fact-check what politicians say, where they fact-check what corporate entities say, where they fact-check what everyone out there that matters is saying, and then they tell the public what the truth is. Thank you.
Thank you, Sekou. We move on to Malang S. Bojang. Malang, you can ask your question. Malang Bojang, are you online?
If he's still waiting, let me just give two questions, please, Hadija. I want one for Fatu and one
Hello,
for
are you guys me?
Okay, go ahead, Malang. We're waiting.
Hello.
For you. Go ahead, Malang.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It is an honor to be in this platform. I must come the organizers of this platform. I think the topic is quite interesting. The specific that is fake news vis-a-vis the upcoming elections in the Gambia. But if you really want to talk about fake news, I think the two main actors which are involved in this, for example, the government and the journalists, to be specific. I think in Gambia, one major problem that we have home is responsible journalism. Of course, we have a handful of journalists, responsible journalists that are down there actually. But I think responsible journalism is something is of a deficiency back home in the Gambia. Another issue is, on the government side, because in my opinion, it's like our politicians actually never mean what they say, and they say what they don't mean. So, which is quite a problem. And, we need regulations on the side of government to, try to regulate the social media. But the blame side is a blame side to it, because if government don't want to, do such regulation, censorship comes into play. Journalists start blaming, that is censorship. I think my question is this: like, what is the government doing with regards to fake news? More specific, the parliamentarians. Like, is there any regulation? Is there any act, that passed which actually is trying to curb this situation? Because fake news now is rampant, and me, to be specific, I am kind of interested in this topic. Why? Because my research area concentrates electronic government, and when you are talking about electronic governments, actually, we are trying basically to inculcate with fake news that is putting around the world.
Mala.
Because now government have moved digital.
Mala.
So this is my question actually.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
So basically, what's your question? Can you be more specific? Because you've raised a lot of issues here. You've mentioned the issue of responsible journalism. You've mentioned
your connection is breaking.
Yeah. Hello. Mala.
Hello, Haja.
Yes. So basically, what's your question? Because you've raised several issues. In a nutshell, can you just put it in a question format? What's the question? Hello?
I'm getting you.
Yes. So you've mentioned issues of responsible journalism, research we are doing on social media and everything. You've mentioned regulation issues. So to get what you are saying, so that the panelists can respond to your question properly, what's the question? Or you are just making a contribution?
Dija, please, can I go on with a question for the participants?
Okay, we move on to your points.
Okay, yes. Thank you, all the presenters. My first question goes to, just two brief questions, go to Fatu, Camera of Fatu Network. As the biggest social media influencer with close to 400,000 people that follow your network, we are basically, you have 2 million people, you have more than 1/3 following you. What do you do as a network heading into 2021 election to sensitize people who follow you on how to stop promoting fake news and misinformation and fact check? Because you are definitely the biggest and your voice of your network counts. I'd like to hear your opinion, how you can help young people using your network and the weight you carry. Thank you. The second question to Zainab, you have 200 million people in Nigeria. You have dealt with a lot of issues with fake news. what advice will you give to young people in the Gambia, as a young person yourself and as an activist, about how to fact check information, especially from local content? Thank you.
Fatu, we can start with you. Then move to Zainab.
Okay, let me make sure that this is on. Can you hear me? Because I had it on mute before.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, your question is very important. What happened is the other speakers have mentioned, we have fake news coming from all directions. We have it coming from the government, of course. We have seen when some press releases came out and only for them to back down on it. Stuff like that you can post and people would know, because now with social media and search engines and everything, people get to have information at first hand. If, for instance, the government says something about maybe some country commenting them or something, somebody can just Google and find out that it's not true. So all of that stuff can also get the media to get into writing stuff that people may later call fake news. So what we do now at the Fatu Network, we try to fact check and also make sure that we verify information. We don't go out with what one person told us. It happened to us a few times. And I saw that recently CNN also ran into something like that. They published something, and to go back again to it and apologize and say, we're sorry, this is what happened. If you can remember when we wrote about the junglers, that Sana Manjang was arrested in the Gambia. And this information we had from a very credible source who we've been working with for a long time. So what we did right there was maybe we did not find out more to verify the information. So after that, we learned a lot. And now we want to make sure that every information that comes out, especially if it is any type of information that we are ready to put out, we make sure that we double check. We try to check more with more people and not to rush into publishing it, because sometimes that's also a problem. You have information that, you know, when you put out there, everybody will share, and then you rush with it. So we're trying to take our time and also discuss amongst ourselves before we put information out. I am not now into Fatu Network 100% because I have a very good team that's there. But I've always said to them that if you need my help to verify anything for you, to check anything for you, my doors are always open. So this is what we do. We make sure that we verify, we talk to more people, and before the story is out. I mean, it's going to be difficult, especially having fake news coming from everywhere, from stakeholders, from the government, but then we just make sure that we double check and verify as much as we can.
Zainab, over to you. Zainab.
Well, in Nigeria, yeah, we've got this huge over 200 million people in Nigeria. And the best way to be able to deal with fake news is to be able to have credible platforms that will be able to counter this fake news. That's number one. Number two, being able to carry young people on board, bring these young people on board, make them understand the negative impact of whatever fake news they are peddling is very, very important, because no matter what the government does, even the government itself is a beneficiary sometimes of this fake news. Because, for example, as at 2019, during the elections, there are young people that just kept posting fake results of election. You find somebody who is a supporter of PDP just sending out figures into different social media platforms saying they are winning in this polling unit, they are winning there. Meanwhile, they are not winning anything, or somebody supporting the APC doing same. And I want to believe that even for Gambia, you are likely going to have such people who will begin to peddle such news. And mostly it is people who are in power that do sponsor these young people to go on doing all those things. In the end, the negative impact is going to have on the individual is for the person who won the election, because some people already have a result that doesn't exist. It begins to make the person look like he's not the legitimate owner of that mandate, which is very, very negative. So there's that need
to have a platform that will counter those fake information. There's a need for people to be sensitized on the more important reason why they should be able to verify whatever information they see, not to believe whatever information they see, because beyond whatever the journalists are posting, because like Daily Trust, NTA channels, they post fake news less than the youth. In Nigeria, I want to believe that 90% of fake news come from young people. They are not journalists. Some of them are being bankrolled by politicians. Most of these politicians are in government. Some are not yet in government, they want to be in government. So what they do is they get these young people and just give them less than $50 monthly, and these young people just keep posting fake news all over. And some of the impact, negative impact of it, apart from making someone who is a legitimate winner look like he's not the legitimate owner of a mandate, is that sometimes it leads to violence. Some will begin to pass fake messages of someone winning election, or some people taking over ballot boxes, ballot papers. As a result of that, the supporters of the person in another polling unit will begin to fight. Meanwhile, the person who started that fake news knew that he was not winning any election. So with the negative impact of COVID-19, I know the economic implication of it, the negative impact of the economic implication of COVID-19 on every country in Africa. And I don't think Gambia is any different. So we are going to have more young people that will be out of job. And the more young people you have who are out of job, the more likelihood it is for those people to be used by politicians. So Gambia have to be very careful. Gambia have to be able to bring in actors from the UNDP and other international organizations that will be able to help in bringing in these young people for them to understand the implication of this decision that they are going to take that have to do with fake news, and then to be able to help them not to be used, because that is the most important thing. With due respect to the politicians that are in the house, I want to believe that you understand that mostly this fake news, the beneficiaries of it are politicians, and they are the ones that are driving this fake news for their own benefits. That way there will be either a run in which they will see how they are going to buy voters or anything like that. So apart from the credible platform, we need an empowered youth that at least will be able to stay away from peddling this fake news. If the politicians want, they can peddle their fake news, it's okay. But let's not allow them use young people, innocent people, who at the end of the day will still take the fall of whatever negative impact that comes as a result of their decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zainab, for that interesting intervention. Ismaila Jawara's hand has been up for a very long time. Ismaila, you can ask your question quickly. After Ismaila, I think we will just have to wrap up because we are way behind time now. Ismaila?
Okay, thank you so much, Khadija, my sister. Okay, my question goes to Honorable Alajimbo. As far as I know, with the Gambia, Ministry of Communication, different CSOs have come up with and cybercrime bill, which have been obviously around for about 6 or 8 months now. But I lost track of it. The last time I heard news about that was, it was pushed to the parliament. But up to date, we didn't have any information with regards to that. And my question is, what is the parliament doing with regards to and police and information sharing in Uganda?
I think you are breaking. Can you repeat the question for me? He's breaking.
Okay, I said my question is, what is the parliament doing with regards to policing and regulating information sharing in the Gambia and across, especially fake news? And Hello. Hello.
We can hear.
Well, I'm sorry, I can hear your question properly. Can somebody help me and repeat the question?
Pons, can you mute everyone so that Ismaila can speak? There was a lot of background noise. We missed his question.
Yeah. Okay.
Go on, Ismail.
Can I
go. Okay, my question is.
Yes. Can you say it again?
Yeah, my question is, what is the parliament doing with regards to policing and regulating information sharing in the Gambia, especially fake news? And this has to do with the cybercrime bill that has been, drafted, and also the data privacy whatsoever bill. So how far with those documents that have been pushed to the parliament, or what are the updates about that? Thank you.
Honorable, did you get that?
No, I didn't get that. I was off, and
no,
I just get reconnected.
He's talking about policing the internet. What's the government doing about that, or the National Assembly? Yeah, that question scares me.
No, I can hear really what he said about the parliament,
So he's talking about regulations to police the internet. But that question gave me a heart attack.
Can you hear me now, Honorable Mo?
You cannot police the internet.
You're talking about policing the internet?
Yes. What did Hadija, what did you say?
He said regulations to police the internet. What's the government doing about that?
I mean, first and foremost, I think it is very just to put people in the know. The internet is what it is because of the openness.
Yes, it looks like my internet is very unstable.
Yes, and I think Halaj Ngub, as a member of parliament, can clarify that, and also
Honorable,
as
you
a
can come
computer
in.
science.
Honorable.
Well, there's a lot of noise on because I really.
So
is he talking about policing the internet?
Policies to police the internet. What's the government doing about that? Did you get that? Hello? Okay, I think we've lost Honorable and
I can answer if you want.
You go ahead.
Well, I just want to.
I see Madi also.
Am I coming in? I can answer that bit if you want.
Sekou, you can go ahead.
Well, look, I agree with you when you said, what was the word that you said when someone talked about bringing about policies to police the internet or something?
It nearly gave me a heart attack, seriously.
Yeah, I think that's the right word for it. And I think for particularly civil society actors, I think we should be very cautious in advocating for either laws or policies that will police the internet, because these laws will be in the hands of politicians. And any politician who is in charge of government, who has the powers, is going to use or abuse that particular law or policy in his or her favor. So we should always try to be very cautious when we are advocating for that. I think the best solution to addressing issues of misinformation, the best solution so far is not by way of legislation, because, the more specific legislation, I just said it in the chat from that, we have is the false publication on the internet, which is a provision in the Information and Communication Act. And we challenged that at the Supreme Court of the Gambia, and we succeeded because the Supreme Court said that that law is unconstitutional and it is undemocratic. But then I think the best solution is to empower citizens with knowledge on information, on media and information literacy, which is important. When you look at our education system from primary school to senior school and even to university level, I mean, we keep teaching our students about, 3 arms of government and nothing about the media. I mean, why do we keep teaching people about these old ways of, doing things? The world is no longer the same. They should be given good education on information and education and media literacy. I think that's very key. But then it comes back to us also as individuals. If we see fake news or if we see information, do we make efforts to verify it? In most cases, some of us don't. If we don't ignore it or we don't let it slide, sometimes we like it, which is quite terrible. Sometimes we don't even stop at liking it. Sometimes we also share it. I mean, sometimes we even make favorable comments on those kind of platforms. I mean, it's a responsibility for everyone, in my opinion, to not like those kind of information, to not share those kind of information, to not make favorable comments, and then even if you can, correct it. If you can, correct it. And if you can, please, let's teach one another on how to use media, on how to use information. I think that's the solution. It's not the law or policy.
Madi, I saw that you are very busy on the chat room. Can you please come in here?
Khadija, can you hear me?
Yeah, I want to comment.
MK, let's give Madi, then Ismaila, then I come back to you, then we can close the session.
MK, take your time, man.
Madi, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I in? I guess. Yeah, I'm, to Fatu and Sekou and Zainab and Honorable Mo. I'm not sure one can say more than what actually Sekou said in regard to fake news. Certainly, if it is fake, it is not news. If it is news, it is not fake. If one understands what is the characteristics of news. Sometimes we get very frustrated if we are politicians or even business or even individuals. I mean, people can put my personal stuff on internet. I have faced that kind of instance many times. People put my very personal stuff on internet, or talk about me, very personally in a very wrong way. I mean, like with false information about me. I remember when we, were advocating for justice for rape victims. I had been severely vilified, by individuals on the internet with, pictures of my family. And normally one would be very furious and, want to veil that out on the internet, like we should close the internet because people are misusing the internet. No, the internet has to stay safe, right? The perpetrators, that's a matter that I can deal with the perpetrators. But then that should not make us feel, obliged that we have to therefore police the internet, because the moment you begin to say police platforms like this, that is when it's a nice word. That is when it comes to closure. And as Sekou was saying, when you create these laws, when we come to the next session, I'll highlight some of those things. The kind of laws we have right now, we've gone through those things, which are fundamentally a threat to democracy, to good governance, and that means to our lives. Because practically, if you have a situation where you cannot criticize the government, you cannot have a divergent dissenting opinion, which is guaranteed by our constitution, then effectively you're going to have a dictatorship. And so politicians and intelligence people and individuals like you and me sometimes, for selfish reasons, for even maybe for genuine reasons, out of genuine frustration, maybe for misunderstanding, but anyway, genuine frustration, like clamping down on free flow of information. No, anything against the free flow of information, we shouldn't even get there at all. So I just want to share those things here.
Thank you, Madi. I think we are almost 30 minutes. We went 30 minutes to the next inside the next session. So I'll just wrap it here and thank my panelists. Those who have questions, you can take them to the next session. We will start the next session in the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes. MK, you can ask it in the next questions. So
maybe I will leave you.
Thank you very much, Sekou Jammeh, Fatou Kamara, Fatou Valdez, Zainab, and Honorable Mbo for those interesting discussions, and to all the participants of the IGF. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. And see you all in the next session. Thank you. Pons, I hand it over to you. Pons Ellen.
Sorry, Hadija, this is Adama. I think Ponslet is offline, but we will just go
Adama,
ahead.
then you can take over.
Yeah, I think we could just go ahead and then have a short break of 15 minutes to 10 minutes. We are really running out of time, but we will need that to organize the next session and then have the other speakers available for the next session. So thank you everyone for joining. Please stay. We'll just take a few minutes to organize the other session. Thank you.
Hello, I'll be starting soon. I'm just trying to sort out some logistics. Responsibility to your host and moderating for this session. And I'll be grateful for Ami to come over and introduce the panelists for the second team. Ami, over to you. And thank you to all the panelists for the last session. Ami, who is moderating this session. Thank you. Ami, over to you, please. Ami, are you there?
Hey, good afternoon, Pons. Are you hearing me?
Hearing you, so go ahead and introduce your panelists, please, and let's start going.
All right, okay.
Session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned by Pons, my name is Ami Ture, and I'll be moderating this session on privacy and data protection. And on the panel today, we have the famous Madi Jobate, an activist, Dr. Carol's best friend, and also the chairperson of the Westminster Foundation. We also have Alaji Cisse, the president of ISOC, the Internet Society of Gambia Foundation, Gambia chapter, sorry. And we have Demba Kande. We have Demba Kande, a colleague at the University of the Gambia, also known as the digital lecturer. And last but not least, and the only lady on the panel, I'm tempted to call it a manel, but I'll give you guys a break, Pons, because the last panel we had about 3 ladies on the panel. So people in the world, Biran Dondejilen would also be participating in this discussion. Without much ado, since we're running late on time, I would first like to ask Biran. Biran, are you around?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Okay, I miss you. I just had to say that. Yes.
Thank you, Abby. I miss you too.
Yeah, can you please introduce yourself and just take us through what your thoughts are on the current situation with respect to the issue at hand, which is privacy and protection in the Gambia currently, and data protection, sorry.
Thank you, Yami. Actually, I was hoping to hear from Madi first. I'm actually very excited to hear what he has to say. This panel is going to be very interesting. Thank you for considering me on this panel. My name is Biran Dondegilen. I'm the current president of the IT Association of the Gambia. If you guys don't know us, Google us and find out about us. We are the coolest group in town because we deal with tech, and it's now the hottest property in town right now, thanks to COVID. But on a more serious note, thank you for letting me go first. I'm honored to be on this panel, and really, I would like to commend the organizers of this IGF. It's so far been keeping me on the tip of my seat. It's been very interesting discussions. I didn't want the last session to end. Lots of interesting viewpoints and really stuff that we really need to talk about as Gambians. When it comes to data protection and privacy, I think Gambia is making steps and has made steps. I think Yami will agree with me, being part of the Pura team during the time that the data protection policy was being reviewed. I think we are taking steps in the area of data protection, but I think there's also a lot that needs to be done. because it's still a very untouched area when it comes to people really understanding what it is, understanding the current structure post GDPR, and really just understanding the whole process of GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation that was rolled out by the EU in 2018 and made mandatory. That needs to happen around the whole discussion of data protection in Gambia. People throw the word around, people talk about it, they have an understanding of what it means, but locally talking in the context of Gambia, how does it affect us as Gambians? I mean, how do we know how our data is protected? If I send my child to school and then I have to fill out a form, what does that include? If the form has to be filled online, how is that data protected? What is my role? What is the school's role? What is the government's role in all this data? And how it's stored and how long it's stored for and what is it used for and what it can be used for. So these are all questions that I still think a lot of people don't understand in depth. And I think there's still a lot of sensitization that needs to happen. So for example, when GDPR was rolled out, I was helping one of the international schools, which happens to have a lot of EU citizens in their database. They had just rolled out a school management platform, which was being accessed online. So which means that they're actually required by law to actually ensure that they are in line with GDPR and that they're compliant. So they had to train their staff online and all this stuff that they had to do because they're also part of the Association of International Schools. So there's a lot that needs to happen, and that's just a small pocket that has to do with education. You're talking about now, let's say technology, which is the area that I'm most passionate about. You're talking about developers and app builders, and these are people that develop systems that people put their data in and use. What is the leverage that data protection has on those systems? And then we go now to the print media, which I'm sure Mr. Jabata will come in on that level. I mean, people post people's names, that things that are supposed to be sensitive information, things that are supposed to be protected information. You have people posting flight manifests online. What does the data protection regulation say about that? I mean, these are all things that, so I'm just throwing stuff out here because I want people to start really thinking of what is going to come out in this discussion. But these are some of the things that we need to talk about as institutions, as individuals, as responsible netizens in society. How do we put data out there on people, but also respect their privacy at the same time? And also just be sensitive of the information we put out there on institutions and individuals. And I think this is also very tied to the first discussion that we had before our session one with Fatu and her co-panelists. And I think a lot of what they mentioned also rides on this whole data protection and the policies that surround data protection. So not only do the lawmakers need to understand the effect, the companies need to understand it, the associations need to understand it, and the individuals, the laymen, me, you, everybody else, we all need to understand data protection and privacy. And I think in Gambia, when you go online and you go on social media, it's very difficult. People don't understand the concept of data protection and privacy. And I think there needs to be a lot more sensitization. There needs to be a lot more discussion. And I'll raise my hand and say, I think ITAG needs to be part of the institutions that need to lead this process in partnership with ISOC, which also has a lot vested in data protection discussions and policy in general. There's a lot of regional events that happen within and around Africa regarding data protection. You have a lot of countries that are coming up with their policies, individual policies, but a lot of it is branching off of the GDPR. So I want to stop there. I want to really leave a lot of time for discussion and contributions to come from those that are also in the group and in the room to also bring out their suggestions and their thoughts on this whole data protection discussion, but really looking at it in local context, I believe. Thank you. Over.
So much, Biran. Yeah, thank you so much, Biran. I think issues, especially with respect to the issue of is something part of today's discussion. We need to public on their rights from thinking about how do we move these rooms or meetings to the person out there at how understand what he's data and but it's along the same line that I would want to
Sorry, did we just lose Yami? Pons, are you there?
Yeah, I think Yami.
Yes,
I think we lost Yami.
Yes, Biran. Yes, I think.
Do you want to step in and we give the floor maybe to Madi or one of the other panelists?
So until Yami comes back in, so continue, Biran.
I was done with my session, with my intervention. I think maybe Madi and the other panelists can jump in.
Okay, thank you very much, Biran. So I'll go over to you, Madi, my brother out there. Key questions. Privacy and data protection are very big issues now in the Gambia. We have seen a lot of people, even governmental organizations, misuse government data in terms of whistleblowing, lack of protection for even potential whistleblowers, compromise in privacy and data protection. And we also know what is happening in the context of data protection in the Gambia. There are different policy documents that have come to play. What do you think for young people in the Gambia is critical for them as stakeholders to understand about privacy and data protection? And what do you think your organization, particularly as you work with parliamentarians, can do to influence them on privacy and data protection of Gambians? Thank you.
Pons, you asking me that question?
Yes, my brother. You have to divulge.
Well, you know, I'm like, okay, this is a question for the president of the republic or the speaker. You know, I wanted to share my screen, but I noticed the host has to make that happen. But you know, and
I'll make you co-host so you can share your screen.
Well, yeah, yeah, I'm fine.
You want to share your screen still?
Yeah, I can
oh,
share
okay,
it.
let me make you a co-host to share your screen. Okay, you can go ahead now and share your screen, Madi.
Yeah, okay. How do I do this now? Okay, sorry. I guess. Okay. I don't know. Is it there? Yeah.
Yes, it's here. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you know, I know you raised that question, and of course, with the youth angle, you know, and certainly that is not work that we are doing with the National Assembly. That is Westminster Foundation for Democracy. But given the youth element in your question, what it means is, you know, this matter affects young people, but it affects society as a whole. And so that when we talk about data protection, data privacy, I think still, I mean, the conversation in the Gambia hasn't still got to the ground. That is to say, at the end of the day, or from the very beginning, data protection, data privacy is about my personal information. And how does our government understand that? How does you and I, and as you raised in your question, young people particularly how much do they understand that they have personal information and they are giving personal information all the time? You know, when they buy, a new SIM card at QCell or AfriCell or Comium or Gamcell, you're giving personal information there. I mean, of course, since the day one is born, your birth certificate, your driver's license, your passport, you know, so you are always giving personal information. All right, you log into Google, to Facebook, to using WhatsApp, you know, you are giving personal information. Your phone, smartphone, it tells you location. Can I access your photos? Can I access your mic? Can I access your, you are giving personal information. Even here, I'm giving personal information because my face is on the screen. So to IGF, I'm giving you personal information about me. I'm talking right now, giving you personal information. So the whole idea of data protection, data policy, privacy, is first of all that human beings have information that they give. Now that information has to be protected because to who are we giving this information? All right. How does this person, the government, business, this forum, the organizers of this forum, did they give us any consent form to agree that the information we are giving them, they are taking it, so how do they obtain that information? And what do they use it for? Can this information be passed on to, other people, other entities? What it is going to be used for? I called for the camera, talked about the US elections, for example. We saw this British organization, Analytica, how they used information to influence voters to vote in a certain way, simply because big data analytics is now being utilized, for new market opportunities. For, our economy is being digitalized. So, you are using internet, the cookies that come around, they sort of collect information from you in such a way that at the end of the day, a business enterprise is over there providing services, knows that, okay, Madi, because of these are the kind of websites he visits, these are the kind of posts he makes. So Madi is someone who would love this kind of materials or services. So you see adverts come through your email. So it means somebody is using your personal information for business opportunities, for trade, for commerce, and you're not even aware. So we need to therefore understand this as young people, but as the whole society, as the government, so that the issue now is how do we ensure that personal information is protected, And so there are two things, protection in terms of the technology, from theft, from breaching, but also privacy in terms of a right. So that's a matter of law. How do we make sure that the right to privacy is protected? But I just want to share this, bearing in mind that we don't work with National Assembly on the issue of data protection. So Pons, guide me if you wish, otherwise I can continue with my presentation.
Yeah, please continue with your presentation. It's very good. Continue.
Yeah,
please.
It's a couple of slides. So which means all the things that I was saying, at the heart of the data protection and privacy is the issue of trust. Somebody, I think, is Baran raised the issue of GPDR or Zainab earlier. I think general data protection regulation in Europe, for example, because at the end of the day, I have to be sure that the information I give to anyone is going to be protected. Protected in the sense that that entity has the capacity, technology-wise, to protect my information, but also has the commitment to the laws that are there not to misuse the information that I'm going to give. All right. Which is very obvious, if that happens, what harm can happen to me? So, so a few things. One, we are in a digitalized economy. Gambia is into that. We may not be to the level of Europe, but of course, our economy is gradually getting digitalized and so on. So we need laws, regulations, and structures to protect data. And as I was saying, there are two levels: technology level, and in terms of the protection, but also in terms of the laws. So what what is personal data? Who can give it? Who can obtain it? How can we use it, and so on. So at the end of it all, we need a system where there is trust and security. Now in the Gambia, I think that is very weak. So such that if you look at the our government, our private sector, our entities generally, you don't see any protocol, any system that tells you we are taking your information. Do you agree for us to take your information? This is what we are going to use your information for, and that's confidentiality and all of those things. So the environment for data protection, data privacy in the Gambia is very weak, and that needs to be addressed, and no better time than now. So I hope IGF and all of us should do some really serious advocacy for us to address this issue. Because otherwise, as it is right now, if NIA wants my phone records, can they get it from AfriCell? Would AfriCell just feel and give it? And the experience we have, AfriCell, I'm sure they are giving such information, or GAMCell, they're giving it. And years ago, 2015, 2016 or so, an armed rob, some shooter, sort of, whose phone FBI wanted to unlock, and they approached Apple, and Apple refused. They had to go to the Israelis to crack it, all right? Because data protection, data privacy, there's a system there. So if AfriCell wants, NIA wants to unlock my phone, all right? And AfriCell, they asked AfriCell, give Mari's phone records, and they said no. Now, does AfriCell have the legal basis to say no? Do they have the courage to say no? In the first place, NIA, should they have the moral authority to even make that kind of a request? And we'll come to see how that is very possible in the Gambia. All right. But also, even if AfriCell wants to do, NIA wants to do that, does AfriCell have the right technology that they can protect my data, so that even if they go to Israel, they cannot hack my account? So this is the point. Now, if you look at the Gambia right now, just to highlight the weakness of data protection and privacy in this country. Now, our constitution guarantees right to privacy, but even the constitutional provision is very weak. All right. If one finds time, check the constitution, section 23. It's about right to privacy. It says no interference with home correspondence or communication research, provided there's a court order. But it also provides that in case that court order is to be delayed, you can still search, but to make sure you preclude abuse. Now, who determines that? To preclude abuse. Who determines that? All right. But you go in the Information and Communications Act that we have right now. I wish Yami would be back, so that because this relates to Pura. You realize that Section 138 of that act gives power to security agencies to intercept communications and surveillance. And it gives power to the minister to make service providers intercept communications. They call it authorized interception. But this act did not say the security agencies or the minister would have to have a court order first before they can intercept a communication, which is a violation of the Constitution. Because the Constitution says there has to be a court order, even if the constitutional provision is still, in the sense of data protection and privacy, is weak. So, meaning data protection stands nowhere in this country, and that is really serious, and that needs to be addressed. So going further, almost to the end, is to say, given this situation, we need to be concerned about how personal information is managed in this country. As I was saying, we are given information all the time, our bank accounts, to get a SIM card, to get a passport. We are buying things in supermarkets. I mean, all of these are information, we having conferences like this. I mean, we are giving information. When you go to the bank, you fill forms, loan forms, bank opening account forms. Do they tell you that, this information you give is protected, is confidential? I mean, is that the understanding of the bank? Is that the understanding of you, the client? So we are giving information all the time. I mean, we go to GRA to get a TIN certificate. Can somebody go there and get our TIN? That TIN certificate, does GRA have the infrastructure, the technology to make sure nobody accesses that information? Bearing in mind now, as I said, given a digitalized economy, how many times have we had in Europe, in America, hackers got into Amazon, or Facebook or some other company and access data of the clients? So that is a technology issue. And that is data protection. How do we make sure that happens here? With all of the things that need to be fought against anyway, all right? So therefore, finally, what needs to be done, Gambia needs to address this situation. The National Assembly member is here, and I think it is a matter that I'm interested to work on that as a Gambian, but also as a staff of WFD, working with the parliament, but as IGF, to create a data protection law in this country. We need it. A substantive separate law on data protection and data privacy, because as our economy is too small now, is too very analog now, but I mean, it's growing. Now people are paying, of course we have ATM machines now, but I mean, so eventually we should be able to go and pay, with our Dalasi cards, supermarket things, buy things at the supermarket with our credit card and things like that. So, or with our phone. I mean, now you get even information from the banks. Your account statement sent to you to your phone. So all of those shows that the Gambian economy at a very low level is being digitalized. So we need a law, therefore, to first of all recognize, protect the individual's rights over their data. My data is mine. Yes. Data about me is mine. And no government should come and claim ownership of it and use it anyhow without my consent. So that has to be recognized, that it is part of my integrity as a human being, that the sanctity of my being includes information about me. So that has to be recognized by the state and by all of us. So which means we have to create laws, therefore, as to how that information is to be given, to be obtained, to be stored, to be used, and all the things. So I've listed a number of things why we need a data protection law, or what would be the objective of a data protection and privacy law. I recognize there is Pura Act, I think, and then the ICA, but these are not still things that can suffice for such a law. We need a separate law for this. The ICA itself needs to be amended because, I mean, it is very anti-data protection, So, yeah. So basically, this is the point that I wish to highlight. And, given the youthful nature of our population, as you rightly said in your question, referring to the youths, more than anyone, our young people need to be informed. Because, I mean, how many instances of, pornography and, information being shared, have a chat with someone, the next day it's on Facebook, or it's been sent to one WhatsApp forum and all of that. So the idea of personal information, young people need to be informed to understand your personal information should be considered as part of your being. So you are not separate from your name. You are not separate from your address. You are not different from your, driver's license you have. I mean, your passport. So therefore, your phone is part of your integrity. I mean, part of your being. And so when you say Madi is inviolable, it means my phone should also be inviolable. These are issues that we need to bring as a sensitization issue, because a lot of people, I guess, in this country are yet to perceive personal information in any significant way. So first of all, we need to embark on a massive sensitization to make people appreciate what is personal information, what is privacy. This has to continue to get the state, the government, to create the necessary laws and regulations that would ensure that data protection and data privacy are protected in this country. Thank you, Pons.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madi. You can please stop sharing your screen. Thank you for that great presentation. I see the main moderator, Ami, Sure is back. So back to you, Ami. Thank you, Madi, for that excellent presentation. And I'm sure the audience have a lot of questions for you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Ami.
Okay, thank you, Pons. It seems like today my office is having a lot of internet issues.
Okay, Madi, you can please stop sharing your screen.
I'm back, hopefully, till the...
I stopped sharing, okay.
Yes. Thank you so much for that brilliant presentation, Madi. Despite the fact that you sometimes tend to derail, which is part of you, it's understandable. But you raised very important points in terms of the lack of sufficient legislation when it comes to data protection and privacy, but also the fact that people, or as residents of the Gambia, we sharing information with the government and different stakeholders, private entities, without actually knowing, without actually being aware of our rights and even knowing whether these entities have the right tools to protect and ensure that our personal and sensitive data is protected. I would like to invite Demba, if you're around, to please join the discussion, but also highlight on the issues when it comes to consent and what constitutes consent when it comes to privacy and data protection, but how do we also ensure that the public has trust in the system when it comes to the use of their personal data, that it would be used specifically for the purpose that it is being acquired for. Demba? Sorry.
Yes. Thank you, Ami.
Yes.
I think it's, I don't know if you can hear me now. There.
Thank you.
I tend to have really bad internet as well today. I don't know if it's the rain or so. In any case, thank you all. It's going to be a bit difficult to follow on the previous speakers. They tend to have, I mean, especially Mari's presentation is touched on all the critical issues as far as protection and privacy is concerned in the Gambia. Before I come to your question, I wanted to point out a few things in relation to what has been said already. Yes, we do have a data protection law in the ICA. Yes, the question is whether it's sufficient for our times. It's a very significant question. Madi pointed specifically to S138, section 138 of the ICA, which is very problematic. I think that's a very, very good observation. I also wanted to further emphasize that this specific section was actually up for amendment, I think about a year ago or so. The former Minister of Justice brought it in Parliament, but it sort of did not pass. Eventually, it was thrown out of Parliament. I don't know what happened afterwards and so on and so forth. But that's a very, very important point to note as far as privacy is concerned. And really, this is something that also connects to our constitution, which is a bit out of time on this. I think beyond that, I want to point out also that there is the data protection policy, data protection and privacy policy, as well as the strategy for that was drafted in 2019. I was passed, I think, earlier this year or late last year. I'm not sure. I started to correct it on the timing. This is a very, very good document. Now, the issue is about implementation for the Gambia. And I do hope that I'm sure Ministry of ICT, Ministry of Infrastructure, we have people from there, and we have all the other stakeholders in this forum. So one of the key issues as far as data protection and privacy is concerned is implementation of these policies. And now that leads me directly into the question of seeking consent. Again, this is also captured very much in the ICA 2009, and a lot of issues around consent. And again, I'll draw on a little bit on the GDPR, which has been mentioned by Baran, the General Data Protection Regulation by the European Union. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because it's applicable to the Gambia and in many forms, as far as that is concerned. Beyond that, in as much as our laws are concerned, again, the issue of consent is poorly dealt with. For instance, in terms of advertisement, for instance, before AfriCell can actually send me, or any other service provider for that matter, I didn't want to mention names, but I am an AfriCell subscriber, so I will mention them here. So any other subscriber for that matter, before they send your number, adverts, or any other advertiser for that matter, they need to get your consent. And if they cannot obtain your consent, they need to give you the option to opt out of an advertisement. And all of this is lacking as far as this is concerned. So what we continue to see is, a barrage of messages, advertisement, which some of us are not interested in following, honestly. That's an issue, and I do hope that the regulatory authority, the government agencies, and of course the private sector will start to pick up on these issues. For most of them, these are not major issues for one reason or the other, but as previous speakers have mentioned, as we move towards digitalization, as we move towards a digital economy and e-services and so on and so forth, these are small but very, very relevant issues as far as our privacy and data protection is concerned. The other issue I wanted to point out before I hand over the mic to you is the issue of data protection agency. In other parts of the world, in other parts of sub-Saharan Africa, we have this conversation, and there are a lot of efforts being done to ensure that breaches of privacy, breaches of data protection are actually monitored and they are dealt with by an agency. I'm not sure what the level of preparation is at the level of the ministry and PURA, regulatory at this point. And what are we waiting for? The data protection policy mentions this a little bit, but it's still unclear as to what is going to happen and so on and so forth. And finally, is the issue of data sovereignty. We see a lot of data collection in the Gambia. We've seen the SEMLEX issue, we've seen the collection of, and these are personal data by all standards, by the ICA definition, by the policy definition. These are personal data. But where is the data? Who is in control? Who has access? And so on and so forth. And I think somebody mentioned the fact that these are national security issues. If our data is being processed by a foreign company in this country, who has access to that data and where is that data stored? And all of this connects to the laws that we already have. And so to what extent are these laws implemented? And the issue of monitoring and evaluation of all of this is very, very critical. And especially for me as a researcher, this is a very, very important question. So moving on, or in terms of what should be done, the recommendation is that data protection and privacy is critical as we move to a more digital economy. So there is need for transparency. The government and all actors, including private sector, needs to be very, very transparent in terms of their digital surveillances or their data privacy, data collection, and so on and so on. What are they collecting? What measures exist? They need to be transparent to the population, what has been implemented and what they intend to implement. Of course, keeping in mind some safety and security issues. It's not everything that you can communicate, but the issue of transparency is very, very critical. And it's a principle in the IC, in the data protection and privacy policy of the Gambia. It's also important to know that data is not the new oil. There is that misconception that data is the solution to all of our problems. That once we start collecting enough data or all data, then we'll be able to solve all the problems. No, that's not true. That's a myth. So collect data for the purposes for which you need it for. So don't collect unnecessarily too much of data. And again, that's another fundamental principle in the policies and in the ICA 2009. I think finally, I would like to say that we as a country are part of the international system, whether it's at the regional level in terms of ECOWAS principles and the Union, but also at the UN level, the International Covenant on Civil and Protection, Civil and Political Rights, and the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. All of these, fundamental instruments that protect right to privacy, and in a way, recently, whether it's at the UN Human Rights Council or other, mechanism of the UN, have come to recognize data protection as an important component of our life. Thank you.
Demba? Okay, thank you so much for that contribution. Like you highlighted, the data protection policy has been in place since 2019. I think the question that we need to ask is how far with the implementation of the provisions in those policies, and how are we ensuring that those provisions are actually being enforced, that people are aware, or even I think even the issue of awareness as raised by Bilan needs to be discussed. Hello, Demba?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to continue, or?
Yeah. On a final note, what I was going to say is that sometimes, I mean, in terms of the awareness raising, I think society needs to come in here, and I'm going to put Beran on the spot here and say ITAG and all the other actors, members of ITAG, can also play a very, very key role in terms of raising awareness on some of these issues. I think in a broader sense, Madi mentioned society, but I also think that one of the other issues I think Madi raised is the fact that he doesn't think that Section 138 of the ICA is in line with our constitution. And I think that's a great point. So I see no reason why we cannot bring up civil litigation, cases at the Supreme Court in terms of, whether or not these laws are in line with our constitution and so on and so on. So that at the end of the day, we all as a people, as a country, become actively engaged in this decision making of creating a better Gambia and a more sophisticated, much better society ready for development as we move into the 21st century.
Okay.
Is Musa around?
No, not yet.
Okay, for some reason I was expecting. Okay, what's your name?
Over to you, yeah.
Okay, my name is Aisha.
Aisha, nice to meet
Just
you.
saying hi. Is Musa going to be here later?
I'm not sure, because I called her and she's still sleeping. So.
Oh, okay, I wanted to leave something for her, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe
Will
you
you
can
see
call
her soon, or you don't know?
I'm not sure.
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay. All right. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Take care.
Hello. Sorry. Thank you so much for that contribution, Demba. Like I was saying, yes, like Jalo mentioned, and you also mentioned in your contribution that we have a data protection policy, but the issue now is, are people aware of the existence of that policy? It has been in place since 2019. I think if we are to go around even the participants in these meetings, how many people are aware that there's a data protection policy? It's one thing to enact these policies or regulations or legislations, but if people are not aware, or if people are not taken along as part of the process, then you'd have the issue of even ownership would be a problem. So I think this is something that the government and also other stakeholders should bear in mind when it comes to coming up with these legislations that are addressing some of these sensitive issues. That is, trying to make sure that people are aware of, from the drafting stage to even before it's even approved or enacted, that people are aware that this is what is going on and that enough sensitization and public awareness programs are done to ensure that everyone is on board and people know exactly what is happening, what their rights are, what they can and cannot do. And like you rightly mentioned, that even when it comes to private entities giving out information or advertising, it's something that consumers deal with on a daily basis, and most of them don't know what their rights are. So I think it's something that we need to make sure that each member or each stakeholder plays their part or plays their role. But most importantly, since some of these policies and regulations come from the government, that they include all stakeholders and carry them along as part of the process so that everyone is on the same page. I would like to have, Alhaji Sise from ISOC to just share a bit of his thoughts on this particular topic, but also to sort of try to help us understand how we can strike a balance between the recent trends of the data economy, and also which means basically the commodification of data vis-a-vis the rights of the privacy rights and data protection rights of individuals. How do we strike a balance between the current trend of the data economy, institutions of government selling our data to, sorry, Pons?
I mean, sorry, I just want to, an apology, please. Alhaji Sise is not here. Yeah,
oh, okay.
He gave an excuse. Sorry, it's my fault. I didn't inform you earlier on. So you can move to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you. If Jagan is around, he can just make his contribution or intervention before we go into the question and answer session, then Pons, if that's okay. Pons? Okay. So Demba, I'm not sure whether, if you're still around, can you please contribute with respect to the question I wanted to ask them, Alhaji, which is basically the commodification of data vis-a-vis, so how to strike a balance, sorry, between the commodification of data and also ensuring that people's personal information is protected.
Thank you. So that's a very, very central question to part of what I alluded to earlier on. The notion that data is the solution to all of our problems, and that is, that massive collection of data will help us actually, deal with all of our problems in terms of development challenges, in terms of business challenges, in terms of sales issues, and so on and so forth. So as a result of that, we see is whether it's in the business community or even in politics now, we see that the massive collection of data by government and private sector is leading to a situation where we tend to live in a sort of a wall of constant digital surveillance. All kind of apps that you have at any minute and every day, they're collecting tons of data about you, about what you do, and so on. So in terms of striking a balance, it's fundamentally important that we are aware of some fundamental principles. One, that is that there should be sort of what we call fair play. The data that is being collected should be for the purposes for which it's intended. So if I, for instance, want to I want to start a business in Janjambore. I'm collecting data on people in Janjambore. So my data collection should be limited to the purposes of my business. What I cannot is because my interest is in business, I cannot be collecting data about politics, collecting data about other issues that are not relevant to what I am doing. The other issue in terms of tracking back is about transparency. I mentioned this earlier on, and that is that you need to tell the people, and this relates to the issue of consent as well. People need to know what data you're collecting from them, and they need to agree, have the option to agree or disagree for their data to be collected. That's another important. And finally, this also the what we call the lawful process. All of these what we're doing as individuals or as companies or as government institutions. The fundamental question is it lawful? You know, I mentioned the fact that the universal declaration on human rights, there is the ICCPR, the National Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, you know, ECOWAS principle, the EU General Data Protection Regulation. All of these are legal instruments that we need to respect in terms of also the collection and modification of data. So at the end of the day, in a sense, what we're trying to do is the minimization of data collection, right? And that is very, very essential because I think in the previous session I was following, you know, where we have issues of people information being shared because somebody over-collected data. You know? So all of that is very, very essential, and that, you know, all fits into all of this area of what we deal with information society. And key to all of this, and again, I think we're going to come back to Biran's earlier point of awareness raising or sensitization. That is information literacy, the issue of fake news, the issue of disinformation, propaganda, and so on and so forth, the issue of data protection, the issue of privacy. All of these hinges on how much digitally literate we are as a people. So that we can start to think of what issues are we prioritizing, what issues are we challenging our government on in terms of passing the right laws and regulations and implementing those laws and regulations. I think built into all of this is also the principle of accountability. And data storage limitation. So in this points also to the issue of accuracy, because if you take a photo of me, say 3 years ago, or you collected data about me 3 years ago, and you keep that data for 3 years or 5 years, some of that data may not be accurate anymore. So that is very, very important, because at the end of the day, you are expected to keep data about me that is accurate, and that there should be a limitation in terms of how much time you have in this storage. All of this again, put limits on the issue of legislative and the commodification of data. I can talk a lot, so please do not hesitate to signal me if I'm going out of time. And I think one of the other issues I wanted to point out before I pass the mic on is that the issue of data protection agency or data supervisory authority and so on and so forth. I would like to hear more about that. Maybe someone from government or someone who knows a little bit about that.
Thank you very much, Demba.
Okay. Can you take questions now, please?
You have a question. Okay, no, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you take questions now, just as we are managing time. Yeah.
Yes, we are open for questions. And whilst we wait for people to either raise their hand or type, send their questions through the chat box. Biran, during your contribution, you dilated a lot on the need for sensitization and raising awareness and ensuring that everyone knows what their rights are. If, let's say, like I said, for me, my take now is how do we chart a way forward? How do we take the discussion outside of these rooms or outside of these workshops, outside of the internet outside of the social media platform to the people outside, people on the streets rather? How do we inform them? What strategies would, let's say, ITAC have in place? What strategies does ITAC or proposal does ITAC have when it comes to raising public awareness or ensuring that everybody knows what their rights are when it comes to privacy and also their personal data?
Thank you, Ami. I think one of the things we need to really consider. And Demba, thank you for putting me on the spot and saying ITAC does have a very huge role to play, I think, in creating awareness. But so do other business support organizations. So do the chambers of commerce and the Association of NGOs and so many other bodies that I think need to come together, because data protection and privacy affects every single one of us. We are all users of the internet in one way or another. Madi mentioned collection of personal data, something as simple as an email address. And it is not so simple. We think it's something simple, but it's not, because this is tied to people's personal data again. So when we talk about awareness, we're not talking about sitting in a conference room in an air-conditioned conference room. Everyone's wearing suits and neckties and trying to go through a document. Or that's not awareness. Awareness is going out on the streets. There's a show that I used to watch on QTV, which I thought was very interesting. The presenter usually goes out on the streets and asks very general questions. I don't remember the name of the show, but it really appeals to me. What's the name of the show? Korka, I think, something like that. We have another presenter in this. We have two presenters. Yeah, I mean, you get a bonus presenter. That's my husband. So. So I think one of the things we need to consider is really bringing this to the people, to their level, for them to understand what data protection and privacy means, using examples that are everyday. People use the internet every day. People use Facebook every day. People fill forms every day. People participate in polls every day. These are things that you share information that you don't really know where that information is going. How protected is that information? So these are some of the things that I think we need to take to the people and make them understand that when you share this information, you are exposing yourself. Or when you share this information, you need to ensure that your data is protected. Because at the end of the day, the other day I was giving a talk. Some young people, we were talking about the internet, and I gave an example of how you could easily get hacked online. I'm not a security expert. I have some members of the Cybersecurity Association here, but this was something that I had come across, and it's something that I talked about with colleagues. Something as simple as doing selfies in front of places, doing geotags, saving the way you save your passwords, what you put in your passwords, what you post on Facebook, what you share on Facebook. This is all very important information, and it's all part of privacy and you being safe online. So these are all intertwined, I think, intricacies of data protection and privacy. And there's such a thin line with regards to what you share. Whether is it too much? Is it over the board? So really, I think we need to really get people to understand what this policy says. Modu Ali, you keep saying the policy is there. The policy is there, but if people don't know about the policy, I know about the policy because I am a very active member of ITAC and I know what's happening in the policy space. But the layman, the person on the street, doesn't know about how his data is protected, and in fact they might not even care. So maybe the awareness should be channeled through why you should care about data protection and privacy. How does that affect you? Where does it hit you the most? So when you start giving people examples that really affect them at a personal level, they would really wake up and open up their eyes and say, whoa, okay, I want to know more about this. How do I do this? How do I protect myself? How do I know more about it? So that by the time that law comes around, people already know about the policy, so that when that law is taking effect, people are woke. Over. Thank you.
Biran, I like the fact that you how you ended. That's basically, if you had a mic right now, I would have told you to drop it. And like I agree with you completely that there's no point in having these policies or legislations. And I think that's a major problem we have in our country, sad to say, that we have all these legislations, we have all these regulations that are so beautiful in theory, but when it comes to practice, or when it comes to even the basic sensitization, it does not happen. People don't know what the laws are. Sometimes even us legal practitioners, we find it difficult. You go all the way and then they tell you, oh, this was enacted, or this is what our new legislation is. So we keep on having to, we actually have to follow the printers, or we actually have to keep on following them, the government, basically, I would say government in general, in order to know what the new legislations or what the new amendments are, which is very difficult. And I think this is something that Modu Ali, that you guys should take on board as representatives of the ministry responsible for these issues, that it is not just sitting in the offices and drafting and enacting these laws, but also engaging people and raising awareness and ensuring that we know what our rights are, we know what the provisions in these laws are. And even before enactment, because you cannot also, you can put certain provisions in the law that are not feasible in our country, are not feasible in our society. These are things that we need to put out there so that everybody knows before they're even enacted. So I agree with you that we need to get out of our offices, we need to step out, and hopefully we'll see more activity from ITAG and other agencies in terms of raising awareness on these issues. Madi, Mr. Jobate, if you're still around, I wanted to have your thoughts on the issues you raised in terms of legislation. Like you mentioned the IC Act, you mentioned the PURA Act, and the provisions in this legislation. What exactly is your role? I'm not sure if Matt is around, right?
Yeah, I'm around. I sort of got lost. Yeah, I'm around. Yeah, you know, no electricity. You know. Hello.
I think we may have lost. Yeah, Ami. No, I think we lost her. Consulate, do you want to jump in?
I muted myself. Yes, I was asking Maddie, what advice would you have for the government of the Gambia? Because you've highlighted some of the flaws we have in our legislation when it comes to data protection. What advice would you have for the government when it comes to, or recommendation would you have for them when it comes to adopting sufficient measures that would ensure the protection of personal freedoms and its associated fundamental rights?
Yeah, thanks.
What are your recommendations?
Well, you know, the basic recommendation would be that all policies, laws of the Gambia should be human rights based, you know, upholding the principles of democracy and good governance. As of now, I think, I mean, we have a lot of conflicting laws, not just conflicting with the Constitution, but conflicting among themselves, which would be infringing on or limiting data privacy and, of course, data protection as well. So that there needs a sort of a legal audit to look at all of the laws that we have, you know, so that to harmonize them, which I don't see taking place. It's one thing to develop a policy, like you said, you know, there is this so-called internet, data protection policy. I mean, I've never seen it. I've never heard of it. And I guess I'm one of those people engaged on issues in the Gambia. So if I've not heard about it, I mean, just imagine a market woman or a taxi driver, you know, how would they access these things? So even somebody working in the bank and so on. So we need to really review the laws that we have, you know, from that human rights democracy perspective, in order to bring them to that standard, bearing in mind that that is very important in terms of our economy and society, that we have an evolving economy, evolving society, and that is health, education, security, you know, business. All of these are things that have impact, or such laws would have impact on. All right. You know, so to ensure proper efficient service delivery, but also to ensure accountability, you know, it is important that government looks at these things from that perspective, that we want to modernize the Gambia. We want to bring Gambia at a level, on a path that it can connect with the global economy. It can, you know, tap in the best advantages, opportunities that internet and a modern economy can provide. So if you have things from that perspective, we look at everything from a very negative point of view, that is to see how to dominate, control, and limit and deny, you know, because if you look at our laws, you know, for me, that is the perspective they're coming from. And our laws should unleash our freedom, should, you know, create the space for freedom, because only a free environment can ensure economic well-being, can ensure social justice, can ensure good governance, and ensure that there is efficient, effective service delivery, that service providers, whether they are public sector or private sector, are delivering to us quality, you know, quality goods and services, that they are engaged in ethical business practices, you know. So for that matter, we need to modernize our laws with that perspective. And so this policy, I don't know what is the intention. Yeah, but if there's a policy, the policy needs to come out so that we see exactly what are the policy objectives, what are the policy options there, you know, how is this policy being implemented? But beyond that, the policy needs to be backed by a law. So we need a law, particularly on this issue, which means, as I said, in terms of the audit or the review of other laws, you look at the RCA, or, you know, even the PURA Act and other related laws, you know, even the criminal code, to review them so that they all uphold the principle of data protection and data privacy, you know. Or otherwise, you know, we'll have conflicting laws as we have, and eventually the environment would not be good, you know, for data protection and data privacy. So that would be unfortunate, yeah. So that's what I would tell government anyway.
Thank you so much, Madhu, for that contribution. I hope, Modu Ali, you're taking note, and also Honorable Mbo, that these are things that you would bear in mind once the government or once the executive tables the legislation in front of you, that we ensure that our laws and regulations are not restrictive, but rather allow us to express our freedoms and rights as required or as expected. Do you have any corrections? Sorry, let me go through any corrections before I ask. Just a minute. If you have any corrections, you can kindly come in at this point, or we continue with the discussion. Pons? Okay. Looks like we don't have any corrections at this point. Before we close, oh, Ismaila Jawara's hand is up. You can come in. You can ask your question, sorry.
Okay.
Ismail.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, my question goes to you, Ami, and to Modi Aliu. No, Pira, I think you work at Pira. But whatever.
Sorry, I no longer work at Pira.
Can you please help me to answer these questions as far as you, maybe you'll be able to, and also Modi Aliu, because I see you have been engaging in the chat room. But my question is this: as long as policies are concerned and regulations, how do we make sure, or how far has PURA and the ministry or the government by translating these policies to actually go back to those local languages. Because then when you create policies and then my mom is a Mandinka, dad is a Jola, they cannot understand these policies. They cannot read how or what use is this policy. So Modu Ali or Yaami or whosoever can come in can help me out with this question. How far have you gone to translate these policies into local content, as Biran used to say? Thank you.
Okay, I think if Modu Ali is around, can you please answer that question? I think you'd be in a better position to provide a succinct answer with respect to Mr. Jawara's question. Please, Mr. Jalo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Your question, if I understand it well, it all goes around how do we ensure awareness, right? How do we raise awareness on whatever policies or regulations that are formulated or enacted, whether in local languages or in English. For local languages, I want to say that is a national problem, right? We are full as Mandinka swallows, but our official language is English. So that is a national problem, I want to say. But then what sometimes we do, government do is, like the Department of Information Service, they use what they call Kanyalengs. They go up country, use those local groups, right? They call them Kanyalengs, and they will explain to them whatever they want them to transmit to the communities. Then they go around to the villages, to the bantabas, to the naming ceremonies, and then chant those policies, explain it to them in their own fashion. Sometimes they put them in points, but I'm sure that's not done for all policies, right? Especially with respect to what we are talking about, data protection and privacy. But if I may come again, another angle, right? I think everybody here needs to take responsibility. Right? Not all the time throwing it back to government, right? CSO needs to take their part. As we say, don't always ask what government has done for me, right? But rather sometimes ask, what have I done for the country, right? So for ensuring awareness, right, raising awareness in the law committees, the CSO can do it. Right? If the policy is there and you've seen it and you are also involved in the formulation up to the adoption process, right? You'll be involved. So why not you also do something in the awareness raising, right? You can also do that. Government can do that, but if government is not doing, and government can never do it alone. So you out there, you can help, right? So not only government can do it. Thank you.
Okay.
If I may, Yami.
Yes, Biran, you can.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it was Demba that made a comment about maybe, or was it Madi, that mentioned the importance of maybe going through all these policies and maybe having some form of a bantabar. I know right now with the current state of affairs, that's probably something that's a bit difficult to have, but we could always do virtual bantabars, but always keeping in mind too that if you do anything virtual, you're cutting out about 70% of people who don't have the means, the access, or the affordability to be able to get online, whether it is they don't have the technical access or they don't have the financial means to be able to get on these platforms. So I think maybe as CSOs or as associations in our own rights, I think we need to come together somehow, whether it is through some form of a consortium, but come together as an entity and organize, identify, first of all, maybe tap on resources like who not only has a legal background, but also works with the regulatory agency. Maybe also reach out to resources like the president of the Bar Association, Sayutal, and other such resources that maybe have some in-depth knowledge on some of these policies and documents. And then we could probably sit with them in collaboration with them and these other institutions. And of course, never ever leaving behind the press, because they are a vital part of this entire process. Because Ismaila, you mentioned that you're worried about local languages. The press can sort that out for us, but I think what we need to do is also give them some information to stand on, and that's the legwork that we need to do at our levels as CSOs and business support organizations. So I think with that consortium, we would be able to sort of identify phase by phase these policies that I think affect us every day, day to day, but we don't know them, or we're not aware of them, or we're not aware of them enough. And then we could do like a series. We could do an awareness series where we could do the data protection awareness series. We could run it for, let's say, I don't know, 3 sessions, and then we could do the same for, let's say, the cybercrime awareness series. I mean, the list can go on and on and on. These are things that affect us every day because we are going online more and more. And these are things that will affect us at a personal level, at a professional level, and also if we're running companies at an institutional level. I think for me, the action item here, I always like working with actionable solutions, things that I think are possible, would be to have this consortium. It doesn't have to be a legal entity. It could be a collaborative effort of individual institutions and associations that will come together for the greater good, and all with the sole purpose of creating awareness. And under that umbrella, you can now address all these issues that Ismaila came up with and other people have brought on during the course of this discussion. It will instantly sort your language issue out, because once we bring out those things in very biteable chunks and easy to understand, the media can take it and run with it. For me, that's my take. And I know it sounds like a huge task, but I think at the end of the day, I mean, if we all come together, we have a lot of brilliant minds out there. We have amazing people that are really talented and good at their job. I'm sure if we come together and put heads together, we will be able to make progress in this aspect. And I'm sure government would put its full weight behind it once the process kickstarts. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Biran.
Thank you so much, Biran. Thank you so much, Biran. Madi, it looks like you wanted to say something, or?
Yeah, well, to say that we got to recognize that primarily government has an obligation, and it has to perform that obligation by itself. So Monsalo's point about think of what government can do for you, or government cannot do it all alone. Yes, government is doing it all alone because we are paying government to do what it is supposed to do. That's why they are supposed to hire the best professionals. We pay them tax and they should do their job. That notwithstanding, I mean, Baran's suggestion, I mean, that is why we have civil society groups like IGF and, all of us to do what is supposed to do to get that policy, popularize it, for our own information, but also as a tool to hold government accountable that they are performing, implementing that policy that they committed themselves to develop. All right. But government, if anyone should advise them, is to tell them, look, when you develop a policy like this, put it out there. If you go to the MOICI website, for example, or to the website of the Office of the President, or any government agency or PURA, I mean, are you going to see that policy down there? Are you going to see updates on what they are doing on this policy? I mean, is the government using all of its structures, at the central, at the local level, to make sure this policy and any other policy and laws of the Gambia are shared with the Gambian public? So this is the point. If you look at the lawmaking, policy-making process in this country, is very closed. I mean, MOICI or relevant agencies would come together then develop their policy in a workshop at Carabao Hotel, bring a consultant to do it, and then they go there and validate it. They may invite 2 or 3 civil society organizations, and they say that it is broad-based consultative. How? But do you really, I mean, go to communities to make people understand this is what we are trying to do? How many times have you had your minister go to West Coast Radio or Kerfatu or GRTS or QTV to say, I'm here to talk about this policy, for the information of the general public, for your involvement, for your participation, and for you to hold us to account to make sure this policy works. So our development has to be taken seriously, and our government got to be serious. You know, there are so many policies there, as Yami said. I mean, laws that even you talk to lawyers, they're not aware of these laws. I mean, over the past 3 months, I mean, how many bills did they send to the National Assembly? All right, they sent a bill on media from Minister of Justice. You don't even inform the Gambia Presidium that we are sending a media-related bill. You send a human rights-related bill, you don't even inform the National Human Rights Commission or the civil society that this bill is here, we want to develop this bill and involve them in the development of the bill. Much more have public hearings in our communities, you know, where you take that draft, engage people to develop a bill, and a law that is going to be for the people. Because we don't create the law for the president or for you public officers, we create laws for ourselves, the citizens. So the entire approach of government has to change, all right? And to remove this mentality in their heads that government cannot do it all alone. With who? Who should they do it with? You know, we elect you, we appoint you, we pay your salary, we pay tax to you. You know, we give you all the tools. If you are going around, we leave the way for you to pass. So what else do you want? People are, you know, citizens have done what they're supposed to do. So, but if you still, of course, it's our country, we have to work this country, we have to develop this country. Create the environment for each and every citizen to be part of. If we do that, it makes it easy for all of us. Yeah. But I mean, you know, someone tried to get this policy right now. It's a difficult thing. If it is not, then Moralo, can you please email this policy for everyone to see? I've never seen it. You know, if you want a simple policy law in this country, you contact a ministry. I mean, they won't give you. You know, they tell you it's not yet finalized. I mean, so what? The moment you write one word to build it, share with the people. It's not secret. You know, so the entire approach has to change. We have to inform our people. For us, the citizens, it is in our interest to know the policies and laws that are in this country, because one, it guides us to know how to act, how to behave ourselves, because policies and laws determine how we live in this society. So it is in our interest to know what policies, laws exist, number one. Number two, knowing that, it becomes now an accountability tool. Because every law, every policy, what it does is it creates an obligation. So it identifies a set of obligations for the state. So we know in terms of this policy, what is the obligation of MOICI? What is the obligation of PURA? What is the obligation of, you know, this or that institution? So we use that now to hold them to account. So for very good reasons, these laws need to be sent to the public. The general public will make it as accessible, I mean, as affordable and available as possible. You know, someone sitting down in Boraba with internet should be able to access any policy, any law of the Gambia without struggle. Yeah, that is what has to happen. But government people have to, restructure their thinking, and so that they put themselves on a path that is going to help this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madi. I agree with you that we need to change our approach when it comes to information. And I would say that the access to information, and the importance of the enactment of the Access to Information Bill cannot be overemphasized. But I think I would also like to reiterate the fact that it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that all policies that are validated or that are approved should be shared with the general populace, so that we are all aware of exactly what the government is doing. And it's accessing information or documents, official documents, we will all agree is a problem in our society, in the Gambia, and hopefully that would change in the coming months. I won't say years, but I hope in the coming months that would change, especially with the enactment of the Access to Information Bill. If there are no other questions, I would like to, or intervention, I'll just invite the panelists to make a concluding remarks, and then would call it a day. I believe it has been a very informative session in terms of where we are as a country when it comes to privacy and data protection, and what needs to be done to ensure that we also have best practice when it comes to ensuring that our citizens and residents of the country are protected when it comes to their personal data. Biran, any concluding remarks?
Thank you. Yeah, I think for me, I would just say, with regards to, this is not only with regards to data protection, but just generally policies, mainly in the tech sector, because this is where I work and this is where I'm more comfortable speaking on. I think we need to really get our citizens more informed. And not only that, I think with regards to data protection, the reason why the awareness part is so important, because a lot of data protection also stems from the person that is affected. So if you don't know how you are affected, it becomes very difficult for you to leverage on that policy, which will, I'm sure, either and by the end of this year or early next year become law. So this means you need to know, if you fill out a form at any institution or online or wherever they're collecting your data, how long they're gonna have that data for. If you start getting bombarded with marketing material and stuff, and you know where that information was picked up from, you are able to, you have the law backing you to request at no cost to you. This is already in the data protection policy, at no cost to you to request for that data to be erased, as long as it's in line with that policy. These are things that people need to know about, and this is there in the policy, and this may be or will be law soon, and so many other things that the policy touches on. And I think these are things that we need to really know as individuals. When our data is out there being abused or being misused, we need to know what our rights are with regards to that data. And that's why I think I keep talking about awareness, because this directly affects individuals in their rights, whether in their person or in the name of their institutions, it affects them. So they need to know how to protect themselves and what the law says about that information that is being misused or being portrayed or being published about them, and how they are protected as individuals under the law. And this requires Bantapa discussions. This requires a legal aspect. This requires everyday understanding of what personal data is, what kind of data is covered by the law, what kind of data is covered by the policy that we're talking about now, which is already in effect. So these are all things that we need to discuss at that level. And Madi, I agree with you. There really needs to be more open and transparent ways of getting information out there to the populace, to people from government. And I think maybe one of those ways would be to leverage on institutions that already have that channel through to the people, leverage on them and bring them up close so that they are also able to help in dissemination of some of that information. I also think that the government should also leverage more on technology, work on their websites, work on their content, updating that content regularly so that people will have direct access to this information, because again, this is their fundamental right to access to information. And for me, that would be my last words. Over. I don't have a mic to drop. Yeah.
Ami, please, you have to round up. You have to get into the community page. Sorry, I have to come in here.
That's what we're trying to do. Yes. Madi, in 2 minutes, can you just give us your concluding remarks? And then the same for Demba before we call it a day. Sorry, Pons. We'll soon be done. Madi? Okay. It looks like Madi is not available. Demba, can you just give us your concluding remarks in 2 minutes, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Ami. And I think I used to reiterate some points that have been raised by think second idea of a multi-stakeholder approach to as such we can reach to a very unique population would definitely help bring you know, the awareness to the forefront and reach a lot of people. Beyond that, law is in Parliament. We hope that Honorable Mbo is here. We hope that Parliament will really fast track this and pass it over as soon as possible with the appropriate amendments. Finally, in terms of ease of implementation, I think our law enforcement agencies also need a little bit of training as far as the implementation is concerned. Very often, even the law enforcement officers, they don't know about the existence of some of these policies. So it's important that as the people who are responsible for implementing these laws, that they are aware of this and they're trained in terms of the implementation process and procedures. I think, and finally, there are sort of sometimes some people who tend to say, well, I mean, in terms of privacy, I don't have anything to hide, so I don't really care. They can, have whatever information. But that's a very, very dangerous presumption. It's like saying I don't have anything to say, so my freedom of expression is not important. So everybody, in one way or the other, has something to hide in terms of your right to privacy. It's not about hiding away from law enforcement or anybody. It's also about you, your dignity as a person, as an individual, enjoying that sense of privacy. So on that note, I would say that together we can build a better Gambia when it comes to privacy and the protection. On that note, thank you all for your experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kande, for being part of this discussion and also sharing your insights. I think it's appreciated by all participants, and the same goes to Biran. Thank you so much for actively participating in the discussion. Madi, if you're still around, you can just give your concluding remarks. If not, thank you so much for being here. And I want to thank all the participants for being part of the discussion and also reiterate the salient points that have been raised by our panelists when it comes to data protection and privacy in the Gambia. One of which is to ensure that we have the right legislation and regulations in place to ensure that people are effectively protected, but ensure that these laws are not restrictive, because it's one thing to enact a law, but it's another thing to check the provisions of the law to ensure that they do not restrict our freedoms, like we see in the certain provisions in the IC Act, which basically infringe on the rights of privacy rights of individuals. But also a point that has been raised over and over again is the need for raising awareness and sensitization. This cannot be overemphasized. And I hope that as we move ahead, or as we forge ahead in our fight, or to ensure that we all have access to information, or we all enjoy our digital rights, that we effectively raise awareness on the rights of people when it comes to data protection and their privacy, that this is done, and there's collaborative efforts from all stakeholders to ensure that all and sundry, that the man on the street knows exactly what he is signing up for when he even goes to buy a SIM card, what his information is being used, and the various policies and the legislations, what provisions are and what their rights are. And also that the government and stakeholders have the right systems in place to protect sensitive and personal data that is being given to them by the citizens. Thank you very much for the active participation by everyone. Over to you, Pons. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ami, and welcome back. Thank you all the participants. Thank you to the Internet Society of New York for supporting us live. We were live on Facebook and live on Twitter, for all the tweets that have been going out, and for you all participants, especially our young people, and for Hadija and Ami for moderating today's sessions. So we are coming into about the closing time before we take sessions. I'm going to hand over to Adama and Hadija to go through the communique, but let me just tell you the format it will take. So Adama is going to share her screen with us all, and you'll see the initial opening of the communique, and then there'll be sections that going with key pointers that will come out from what the rapporteur working with Adama and Hadija will be giving from the 2 days. So like on digital inclusion, what were the key pointers that stakeholders decided based on what came out from the discussion? On misinformation and fake news, what are the key pointers? On privacy and data protection, what are the key pointers? That ends it. We have to have a pull and push to agree on the text, so people should contribute, people should be patient with everybody so that everybody's views should be heard. And MOICI, I see my good friend Momodo Aliu, he is very critical with all these communications. So Momodo Aliu, please, we are online today. I hope we can make it fast. And I'll hand over to our chair now, Adama, and Hadija, also our committee members, resource person. So they will go through this process. Thank you, Hadija. Adama and Hadija, over to you.
Thank you, Pons, and thank you everyone today. Thank you most especially to the presenters, that is the speakers, for doing such an excellent deliberations on all the topics that have been they have really they are to touch on. Definitely, it has been very informative and very much insightful. And we have had a lot of recommendations, which we will be sharing with on the communique. So I would like to say thank you also to the moderators. Yeah, I'm also for coming in as a moderator for the last session, Hadija for moderating the first session, and to all the speakers, I would like to call one by one the speakers, to Mr. Madi Jabate, Madam Berandonde, Alaji, who could not be here because he is also working on internet infrastructure in the Gambia. So it's unfortunate we cannot have him here today, but he is also on a good cause currently. Also to the first session where we had Mr. Sekou Jame, Zainab Al-Amin from Nigeria. Most definitely would like to extend our gratitude for attending the meeting despite of time differences that you may have had. To Mr. Honorable Alajimbo from the NAM ICT Select Committee, thank you. And Fatou Balde from Women Liberate. And to, hope I'm not missing anyone, from UTG School of Journalism, Mr. Demba Kande, also, and Mr. Amadou Eba. I have been going in and out because of electricity issues, so I couldn't capture many of the presentations, but I guess it has all been captured with the recording and the recording from the rapporteurs. So we'll be sharing the communique from the extending the recommendations that have been made and the input that have been made from the stakeholder groups and from the speakers as well, and everyone that has participated duly in the chat room or asked questions or had some inputs to make. So we've just started drafting out the communique, so we might have to give a bit of, maybe if I can leave Hadija, if she has anything to add, while we can do a quick compilation from the rapporteurs, the recommendations that they had. We will go through the communique on recommendations together and collectively agree on what the recommendation says and our input as a collective stakeholder group. So Khadija, I don't know if you want to add anything while we just take a few minutes break to just compile everything together and share with you all. Let's say 10 minutes at most. Khadija, do you want to add anything? Or any other person?
Madam Chair, if you are going on the short break, please put music interlude.
Okay. Pons, would you like to do that? Because I'm currently, I currently have too many screens opened. Might take a few minutes to do that, but if you have access to that, please kindly take it up. Ponsel, can you kindly make me a co-host so I could share my screen? So I'm back again. This is Adama speaking, and I can say naturally again, electricity has been an issue, and I just went offline because the electricity actually went off. So I'm back again. I'll be, but fortunately enough, we were able to compile recommendations we have, which we are all going to look at together and edit together as the final communique. So I'll be sharing my screen now for us all to have access to it, to read through it, and then we will do the adoption together. Meanwhile, Ponsel, can you kindly add me as a co-host, so I can share my screen, so we can all have access to it and see how we can collaboratively edit it together for adoption. Ponslet, are you there? Please make me a co-host. Pons, are you there? Okay, and I'm not sure if Ponslet is online, but I need him to make me a co-host so I can share my screen. Okay, so it looks like Ponslet is not available currently. So what I will do is I will start reading out what we have for on the communique until he comes in. Then we can do the sharing. It will be easier to edit it together for adoption. But
Adama, what do you want me to do?
Make me a co-host so I can share my screen.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my screen is currently on. I hope everyone is seeing it. Are you seeing my screen? Okay. So this is my screen, and thank you to the rapporteurs that have done a great job in getting in all the key points that were being deliberated on from yesterday, the opening ceremony, to the sessions that have been going on. We're taking key points and recommendations that have been reported by the rapporteurs. So this is what we have. We will be editing this together and for our final adoption. So this is our 6th National Internet Governance Forum, the Gambia, communique dates 26th and the 27th August, which is yesterday and today, on the main theme, digital inclusion in the Gambia in times of COVID-19. So we, the participants at the 6th National Internet Governance Forum held virtually on a Zoom platform, the Gambia, on the 26th and the 27th August 2020, organized by the Gambia National Internet Governance Forum Steering Committee in collaboration with the Ministry of Information, Communication and Infrastructure, the Gambia, and with the partnership of UNDP. It's actually UNDP. So recalling that this is the 6th session of the National Internet Governance Forum held in the Gambia, I'm recalling that this is the 3rd National Internet Governance Forum held in the Gambia after 6 years hiatus. Recalling that the 12th West African Internet Governance Forum in 2020 took place virtually from the 22nd to the 24th July 2020, which was last month. And the 8th Pan-African Internet Governance Forum is yet to be announced, also going virtual, and prior to the 15th UN Global Internet Governance Forum to be held online in November. Dates are yet to be announced as well. All these virtual forums for this year are based on global COVID-19 pandemic that has affected us all, the way we interact in the 2020. So moving forward, we, the participants of the 6th Annual Internet Governance Forum Gambia, agreed that digital inclusion as the main session for this year's event in the Gambia in times of COVID-19, we, the stakeholders of the Gambia 5th Internet Governance Forum, agreed to the following. This we will be editing together, so I would appreciate if people can unmute their mic. So if people are to object or to agree that these are the points or the recommendations that we are finally adopting for the communique. The first point says the government and all stakeholder groups to make access to the internet more affordable regardless of gender, age, or geographical location. So are we okay with that? You can unmute yourself so we can do this together.
Hello, Adama.
Yes, Mahmoud Ali. Welcome.
Can you say government and other stakeholders?
Yeah, the government and all stakeholders.
Other stakeholders.
Okay. For the stakeholders to make access to the internet more affordable, regardless of gender, age, and geographical location. Any other object or any other addition or edit to that?
Okay.
We are okay with that. Okay, so we go to the next point, which is government and regulatory organizations, which should be PURA authority. Just to reduce the tax process to the minimum value to allow more investors into the market. That's the second recommendation. Are we all good to go with that? Any input?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Muhammad Ali.
Tax processes can be better said tax burden.
Tax burden.
I was just waiting for Momodu Aliyu to intervene. Number one intervention. I will be counting.
Good to have him on board. I was sure he will be around.
Yes, exactly.
So, okay, tax burden to the minimum value to allow more investors into the market. Okay, we're good with that. So we go to the next point, which is the government should invest heavily to power up the internet because it plays a key role in national development. Are we good on that?
What exactly do you mean by that?
I'm thinking the government should invest heavily on power up the internet. That is to probably make it more accessible and also to make affordability as one aspect to it.
I think power up is it not
and
more?
Also add content to this, and also get very much digitally involved with the processes of government work.
I think that three, power of the internet, I think it should be rephrased. It's
exactly.
not, yeah, it should be rephrased, please.
Yeah. Maybe to make it more accessible and more affordable.
Exactly.
Okay, I cannot get anything being said because there is an echo in the background. So we should rephrase to the government should make, I'll just highlight this and then we'll go through the rest of the points taken, so that we'll see if that is actually reflected.
Hello, Adama.
Yes.
I think number 3, if we were to say to make it more accessible and affordable, we are actually repeating what number 1 is saying.
Exactly.
If we look at the
I think sorry, I'm also coming in. I think number 1 and number 3 are all talking about the same thing.
Yeah, make internet accessible and affordable regardless of age, gender, and location. Yeah.
Yeah, if you interpret it very well.
We have a better explanation for number 3.
Okay, I'll just highlight that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I also second that. If you say government to invest, right now the advice globally is government should reduce or should lessen their investment into, because what happens is, especially with our case in the Gambia, because of our investment into the ICT sector, the ECOWAN, the NBN, because of that, it's making it difficult for the regulator to regulate the market. Right. So if you want to invite government to invest in infrastructure, for example, then once they invest, they will try to protect the investment, and that will hamper or make it difficult to regulate. So if you can remove this whole number 3, I think it's better. I'm saying government should not invest in infrastructure and leave it to the players.
Okay, so instead of removing all of it, we should actually direct it to all stakeholders to actually invest in good infrastructure. I'm thinking twice on that, but let's have more people to add anything if needed.
Adama.
Yes.
On this number 4, where you have IGF steering committee should allow private citizens to have a voice in the decision-making process of Internet Governance Forum. Remember, Internet Governance Forum is not a decision-making process. So what we'll say, because so the steering, it's all stakeholders. So to encourage, I would say, the steering committee should encourage more participation of inactive stakeholders in the internet governance process. More participation of inactive stakeholders in the internet governance stakeholder process. Because you have some stakeholders that are not very active. That's what I would say.
Madam Chair, under which session are we? This number 1, 2, 3. Which is the team there? What is the
first session?
Team 1, Mamadou Ali, the digital inclusion yesterday. Team 1.
Digital inclusion. So you can see. Then this number 4, does it have relevance to that?
I think why they brought it up, because the more active stakeholders are in the internet governance process, the more digital inclusive we are. So let me say, for example, the business community, GCCI, that I am a member of the steering committee, are more active, and business too will raise their voice, as an example.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense, Poncelet. I believe it's more about active participation. It's not about having the stakeholder groups. Of course, they are. As we will go through the addendum, we've listed out all the stakeholder groups involved in the steering committee. But what is most important and most relevant is the active participation of the stakeholder groups that are representing the broader community.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adama.
Okay, so we go to the number 5. Government should provide a cable to complement the ACE cable. I believe this.
I have a point here. You see, here is not only the role of government. If you look at the ACE cable, 51% is funded by the private. Most submarine cables are not actually funded wholly by governments. So if you want to specify government, include and other stakeholders.
I second that.
Yes.
To provide a cable to complement. It's a cable, an alternative, a support cable. Okay, are we good with that one? With number 4?
I'm not okay with the word provide. Government and other stakeholders should facilitate or should ensure another submarine cable. Should ensure or facilitate another submarine cable. Yeah. Another submarine cable.
Are we okay with that?
Facilitate another. Facilitate another. Yeah. If you say another, you can say backup. Another submarine cable.
Yeah, I'm moving that.
Forget that is the computer. Forget it.
Yeah, before we use even another submarine cable, government and others should facilitate. I would say I would rather use, instead of another, more submarine cables, because we are growing more.
Yeah, more. You can say more. Yeah. More submarine cables. Yeah, it sounds better.
Okay, so the 5th one, which is government should allow.
Can we add immediately, because it's urgent? Number 4, somewhere immediately. Should immediately facilitate. Should immediately.
Okay, so we go to the next one, which is government should allow Senegal to be backup partners with the ACE cable. I guess you want to give. I would really want us to discuss it.
Number 5.
Further.
Why this? Why?
Yeah,
Why this?
I don't see the relevance of this if we don't have another, or more
exactly
cable.
Exactly.
I
Number
think
5 is not relevant because we
that
don't have
number 5 is not correct.
So we remove it out.
Remember, in the spirit of ECOWAS, there's co-sharing.
Yes.
In the spirit of ECOWAS, so remove it. It's not
we
correct.
talk about security as well.
Yeah, number 5 may not be relevant.
Yeah. So that takes us to the next one. Young people should be given platforms to develop their ideas for advancement of digital inclusion. Let's say innovative ideas.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I think young people should be given more platforms or opportunities to develop their innovative ideas. Not because there is already a platform. We've been conducting a series of pitching competition and others. So I think we should be talking about more, of those things that we have already. I don't know. Stand to be correct.
Yeah, perhaps more support may be needed, more support to develop the innovative ideas.
Okay, more support and platforms to develop innovative ideas for the advancement of digital inclusion. Okay, are we all okay with that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So we go to the next point, which is government should look at taxation in terms of broadbands. I think this has already been covered by 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think they've been captured already.
It's been captured. 6 has been captured.
Okay, so these are the points we have for digital inclusion. If there are any other points that we deem necessary or relevant to add, I think there is.
Adama is 6th Internet Governance Forum. I'm seeing 5th.
Oh,
it's
6. Sorry for the oversight. 6. Okay. So are we okay with digital inclusion 5 points, or we want to add recommendations?
I think I'm fine because we have to be very specific. So these are the things we are going to lobby for as stakeholders.
Okay.
To be able to hear views of others, but I think we are fine. But yeah.
I second that.
Okay. Then that takes us to the next section, which is impact on social media, on misinformation, fake news, 2021 elections. So we, the stakeholder at the 6th Internet Governance, will agree to the following. Okay, this should be one rather.
This is the same price as a Samsung, right? Samsung is the.
So the first point says recognize trainer journalists.
Hello, Adam.
So what are you saying now?
Hello, Adam.
Yes. Who's that? Can you please?
This is Lamin. I think before going further, I saw something like the impact of social media, the misinformation. I think it should be a joint word, or you put hyphen between the mis and the information.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thanks for that. Actually, it should be a joint word. So the first point says recognize trainer journalists and authentic media platforms. Can we really look into this? Looks like this needs rephrasing to really capture what is intended with this?
I think they mean to say recognize trained journalists, not trainer. I don't know.
Okay, yes. Recognize trained journalists and authoritative platforms.
Maybe I think the statement is incomplete. Am I?
Hello, Madam Chair.
Yes,
do we have anybody who, among the panelists or the moderator or the rapporteur who drafted this to kind of tell us what was the objective? That we can rephrase. Otherwise, we may even change the motive of the sentence.
Yes, that's true. We need we need either a rapporteur or one of the speakers to really elaborate on this, because we are not really getting the motive of this. Recognize trained journalists and protected media platforms. Do you have anyone from the previous panelists currently on? Or Hadija, can you elaborate on this? Hadija or Mariam Job, are you online? Khadija, do you mind?
I don't think she's online. Maybe it is.
Okay.
I was in the session. I think what they were talking about, recognized trained journalists and authentic media platforms, like they were on the topic. I think it was Fatu Kamara who brought it up with, that, okay, on Facebook or on social media, misinformation or fake news actually go about anywhere. Not most of it, in fact, does not come from, authentic media platforms. So I think what they were meant to say is that, okay, we have so much Facebook pages that obviously say they are media outlets or whatsoever platforms that go around giving information which are not authentic. So what they're saying is government should recognize maybe at some point who, is actually, differentiate some of these, media platforms. If I can recall, yeah. And please, this was more of article, the citizens. It is not linked to the government, directly to the government or stakeholders. It was more of the consumers. Those accessing media or sharing information online. So I don't know whether it is relevant here. I don't know.
Okay. Can I just put it as stakeholders?
Yeah, I say stakeholders will do. I think so.
If I may comment, Madam Chair, may I come in?
Yes, you may.
If I understand very well, the objective is to differentiate journalists that are trained, right, reliable, likewise media platforms that are reliable. If that was the objective, then what could happen is the journalists and media platforms will need to be accredited, right? So that they not, because there are many who now they don't need to be a journalist to disseminate information. We don't need to be an established media platform to disseminate. But if you are, for example, NACA, the National Accreditation Quality Assurance Authority, to accredit, for example, or let's say the GPU or the National Media Commission, to accredit media platforms, so that media platforms will be careful with whatever to endanger their accreditation, likewise journalists.
Yeah, I think I second that. I seconded that. I think that's the main idea about this whole point.
accredit the trained or the reliable, let's say reliable.
Do we say stakeholders to consider accreditation with respect to journalists and media platforms? Stakeholders to consider with respect to journalists and media platforms.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think that section, number one, she was actually referring to the fact that citizens need to understand and differentiate those who are reliable journalists and where they can get authentic news stories.
Good. Okay, let me just, I think both of them make sense. Stakeholders to consider accreditation of reliable journalists and authentic media platforms, right? And what you're just saying now for citizens to differentiate between
Adama.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Adama.
Yes.
I'm coming in and going, so I'm not taking part that much, but that first point should go completely.
Which one? The stakeholders.
Hadija, why?
Hadija, I didn't hear you, please.
Can you come again?
This is something stakeholder to consider accreditation of reliable journalists. So who is going to accredit who, and who do you consider to be a reliable journalist?
Exactly.
Exactly. I want to ask that question.
Naka?
Exactly.
Is it?
No, Naka is not a media stakeholder.
No. Naka cannot handle that.
Naka can't do. No.
Exactly.
Okay. May I comment?
Go ahead.
Okay, you may.
If I understand, the idea was, right, to check misinformation, fake news, right? So if every time they can hurry out there can disseminate whatever they want, right? That is a room for misinformation and fake news. So if I understand this sentence where it comes from, if you have journalists who are accredited, if you have media platforms that are accredited, so allow me land, right? Then information from those platforms or those individuals will be seen, will be relied upon. But information from other will not be relied upon. So meaning these individuals or these platforms will do their utmost best to check whatever information they have before disseminating. And then with respect to who does that accreditation, it's a matter of now considering. I was saying NACA because NACA does that, but not with respect to journalists. All right? So it can be National Media Commission, it can be the GPU, right?
So what are we
about two problems with that? Let me comment. Two problems with that. One, nobody raised issues of accrediting journalists during my session because I was sharing it and nothing came.
Okay.
Two, this is something GPU fought and even fought for not to happen. And even that bill you are talking about has been withdrawn by the ministry. And when it comes to press freedom, we don't accept this accreditation of journalists. We don't accept it. That's a violation of press freedom. And the other thing also is that when it comes to media houses can give press card for their professional journalists, I think that was what's raised in the session, that people should be able to know which are reliable media platforms and which are not. And I think Mahmoud tried to bring that point to, that's the second point. That's the only thing that was raised, to differentiate between reliable, not journalists, media platforms.
Exactly. Thank you,
Reliable
Khadija.
media
Basically, to validate
So we
the
have
reliable media platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we should be.
Which one? To validate or to differentiate? These are two different. For citizens to differentiate between reliable media platforms from the fake
news side. I think that was what was said during the session.
It was not about journalists or not reliable journalists. It's basically the platforms that, like, people should be able, and it's more with for valid information, for factual information. Basically, it's for factual information.
Yes.
So it's more of authentic media.
Yes, authenticating that the information is factual, not fake news. Am I not correct, Khadija?
Yes, that's it. And fake news side.
So for citizens to differentiate between the reliable and authentic media platforms from the fake.
Hello, Adama, can I come in?
Yeah. Yes, you may.
Hello, Adama.
Yes, you may come in, Lamin.
What I want to ask here, it reads, for citizens to differentiate between reliable and authentic media platforms from the fake news sites. So now here, it is mentioned there are citizens, and which may be the literate and the illiterate ones. So how do we expect the illiterate one to differentiate between a reliable and authentic media platform and fake news?
I believe when we are talking about the citizens, we are talking about the people that have access to these informations that are being shared. So, yes. So when we talk about the people that have access, it's obviously the people who are using it and the people who maybe also be sharing it outside there. Obviously, they should know, they should be able to, or they should have the capacity to differentiate between the two. That is what I understand from this thing.
The reason why I said that, because I know a lot of people that are using these internet sites, getting information there, and they cannot even differentiate which one is fake and which one is not. So from my own point of view, I guess we should have a platform, maybe the media, where they should educate the general public how to differentiate it.
Just for clarity, anybody who wants to contribute, just introduce yourself and your stakeholder group, please.
So yeah, this is a very important aspect as well. Like, I think it was mentioned. It's unfortunate that I've been going in and out from that session due to electricity issues, but it's good to also have that aspect or that recommendation added to educate the people on how to do this fact checking.
Exactly. Because I know.
Fact checking. People can fact check. You need to fact check.
Madam Chair, can I come in?
How can I fact check this information? Or how can I differentiate between it?
Hello, can I come in?
Yeah. Okay, you may come in.
Yeah, Ismail, GCSA. When you look at this, I think, is it this 8 point? It talks about fact checking. I think what you're talking about now, when we go, at the bottom, you find fact checking there, and then that explains that if you have if an information has been shared with you, before you go around and then share that information, at least you need to check at least two authentic media platforms, if they already have those news or information on their platforms before you go about. I think that's all about fact checking. So including it in the second point is like repeating what we have below. I think you will see it there.
Okay, so let's conclude on the first one and go to the next
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I may comment, this first point here, the difference between this and the one that we remove on Hadija's recommendation is that now here, in this one, we are giving the responsibility to the people to differentiate. In the first one, we are giving that responsibility to an authority, right? For example, to label, for example, this network is authentic. This network is not authentic. So it's more of the same thing, but giving responsibility to different people. So now here, if we give it to the people, right, just as somebody said, somebody irritated, how will they know this is that and this is not that? But nonetheless, for the sake of to gain time, if you are going with this, kindly change the word citizens to population, for people, because not all natives are citizens. Right? Please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mahmoud Ali. Yes, I will change that. That's a good point. But what I just want to make a bit of a clarification on between this one, the first point that we had to remove. I think Khadija was more specific on mentioning authentic or reliable journalist in the sentence, that journalists should be accredited. So for sites or for platforms, it's a different issue. It's not. I don't think it's an issue to actually accredit. Okay, these sites are, or these media platforms are accredited for being a reliable source of information, an authentic source of information. That is different from saying, okay, this journalist is accredited for being a reliable journalist, for giving out reliable news. So I think that's a bit of a difference between the first one that has been taken out and the current one that we have as number one. Okay, the public, you said, Mahmoud Ali, to differentiate, right? Okay, so if we're okay with this one, we'll go to the next second point, which is to build intelligent agencies. These are just points, so it's really difficult.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Build intelligent agencies was more of when I think who was talking about people that fake information. No, it wasn't a recommendation, sort of.
Okay. So just go ahead and remove this.
Building intelligence agencies, are we promoting censorship or what?
No. So workshops on media literacy is more about giving journalists and other persons to understand media content and the different languages that media houses speak. Because just being able to access a phone and know how to go online and be on WhatsApp is not what makes you a media literate. So trying to educate these people about media literacy, what content is fake, how to verify information that they receive, and all that is what actually needs to be done in educating people about media literacy.
So I'm just trying to rephrase it a bit, to be a bit more elaborative. Let's look at this and see how, if it is well phrased. To educate and provide a platform for media literacy on information or data being shared?
Much better. Yeah.
Okay, so we move on to the next one, which is have media houses to verify information. So Khadija, would you like to add or speak anything on this? Oh, I think this was recommended by Fatou Kamara. Media houses to verify information before sharing it to the public.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Muhammad Ali.
I don't know if it would make sense, but can we make it a bit stronger? For example, say media houses to be held responsible for sharing inaccurate information. Here you are telling them to verify before sharing, right?
I think we
That's a
should
recommendation.
have both
So
to verify information and then to be held responsible for.
yeah, the both can go, but if you do the other one, that makes it kind of stronger. That they should be held responsible for disseminating untrue or misinformation kind of.
How about this? Media houses to verify or be held responsible for disseminating fake information.
Yeah, I support that. They should take responsibility at some extent, at least.
Should you be accountable for disseminating or help?
Okay. So we go to the next one, which is openness and transparency.
Madam Chair, I think the all should be replaced with "and." It should not be "or."
Madam Chair, can we have accountable instead of responsible?
Okay, so the next one is openness and transparency. Transparency. So openness, in what aspect and to what stakeholder are we really referring to? Is it the media, or is it the government, or is it the businesses?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The rapporteur who was on this session is actually offline, so I'm not sure if we can help on that one.
Yes, you would have been.
Madam Chair, I want to believe.
Also to, because she was moderating, she might also have an idea on.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mahmoud.
I think this will be defined to government, right? The government should be open and transparent in their process and whatever.
What aspect are we really talking about?
If that's the case, I would better I would say it better be this way, that government to consider fast tracking the enactment of that freedom of access to information bill. remember that bill. If that bill goes through, right, openness and transparency, respect of government will be a thing of the past, and right, they have to be transparent. They have to open to all policies, laws, all their processes. They can't hide any information. But as I heard in the panel that bill has been withdrawn from the parliament. I don't know how to read that, and for what reason is it? I don't know.
So which bill exactly is that?
Freedom to access information bill. Freedom to access to information bill. Freedom of access to information. Access to information bill. Yeah. So you should capitalize the F, the A, the I, the B.
So can we put it this: the government to fast track the freedom of access and information bill to enforce openness and transparency?
Okay, government to fast track the enactment of the freedom of access to information bill to ensure more openness and transparency in its processes.
Government to fast track the enactment of
the freedom of access to information bill.
Okay, are we all okay with that? We can go to.
I'm not done. Yeah, bill to ensure, yes, more openness and transparency. You have to acknowledge what is already there. You can't say enforce more. Ensure, just ensure more openness and transparency in its processes.
Okay, any other objection to that? Or
access to information. Access to information. You missed the two. Sorry. Huh?
Where are we, Mahmoud Aliu?
The number, we are still on number 4. Access to. You missed the 2.
Access to which one? Number 4, right?
Number 4.
Yeah, the government to fast track the enactment of the freedom of access to. Okay, get it.
Access to.
Okay, so we go to the next one, which is freedom to expose those who give fake news and misinformation. I think this should actually just go in to accountability part.
Yes, that's related, very related.
The media houses to verify and be held accountable for false information, for disseminating false information. Freedom to expose those who give false information. I think
that is captured in that. That is captured in number 3, I think.
Yeah. So use fact check platforms. The public to use fact check platforms, or rather to be educated on how to use these fact check platforms. I guess it's very important to also elaborate on this, because it's not about just using the fact check platforms. How do they have access to these platforms that are used to fact check? For example, WhatsApp has a platform to fact check with a list of all the countries on where to do the fact checking. But do people even know that this platform exists? I think it is very essential to look into how the publics are being educated on how to do the fact checking, and not just to say that, okay, use fact check platforms, but rather to be more elaborative on how these platforms are used. So I think
Madam Chair,
we face this. Yes.
this particular statement was more of a statement than a recommendation, because Shingo was talking about how in the West, like for instance, Twitter is going on by fact-checking Donald Trump's tweet. So it was more of a statement when he was talking about fact checks, but not a recommendation for the public to be trained on how to use fact check, because only these sites can do fact checking, like Facebook can do fact checking, Twitter can do fact checking. But I, as a citizen, cannot be taught on how to do fact checking on that platform.
Can I come in, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Okay. I know for sure. WhatsApp has an API, obviously, that possibly in fact, not actually, you can use. They have a fact-checking platform whereby they have general numbers, in each location across the world, which citizens or users can actually use to fact check certain information that are shared based, within those regions. Like Senegal has, Nigeria have, you go to US, they have. When you go to Google, you just check WhatsApp website, you can get some of these details there. I don't know for Gambia, we don't have any, number, but normally what they do is they contract, or partner with a CSO, a civil society organization, or a media platform, within that country or community, which will be used for fact checking, certain news that are actually coming out of those regions. I don't know whether you understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ismaila. Thank you for that. I do understand your point. So I guess like Mahmoud would say, this was actually a statement and not a recommendation. But it is also important for the public to really fact check. I think we should actually look at it as a recommendation instead of just a statement. The public should really fact check the platforms that are really sending this information, or where the information, the origins of this information. So let's look at it and see. Or I'll to rephrase it.
I don't know. I think it's okay.
Madam Chair, should it be to fact check their sources or the platforms?
So rather we have it as the public to fact check the sources of the information being shared and the media platforms.
remove the S-only information.
To remove what?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, so the last one is educate citizens on digital rights. So here, I think it's ensure that the public is educated on digital rights. If that's okay with everyone, we can go to the last session, then the addendum. Are we all okay with that? Okay. So let's go to the next or the last one, that is privacy, data protection in the Gambia. We, the stakeholders at the 6th Internet Governance Forum, agreed to the following. Citizens need to be more informed on policies put in place on information technology related aspects, especially with personal data. Any comments on this? Any comments? Are we all good with that?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I'm good to go. Yeah.
Okay. The need to ensure that we have an effective legislations that are in accordance with the best practice and not restrictive in nature.
Your screen, Madam Chair. Good.
Are you seeing it?
Yes. Now you're seeing it.
Okay. So it says the need to ensure we have effective legislations that is in accordance with the best practice and not restrictive in nature.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is not giving responsibility to anybody. It's an open responsibility.
Okay, can we give it to the government? The need for the government, because they are the ones, the government and the National Assembly member people.
And if we have with best practice, do we need to add that not restrictive in nature? Because best practice will actually cover this.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well, Heidi.
Okay, so we go to the next one then, which is a collaborative effort to raise public awareness and ensure everyone is sensitized on their rights and the provision of the policies and legislations. Okay, this I think is a continuation of this. a collaborative effort to raise public awareness and ensure everyone is sensitized on their rights and the provisions of the policies and legislations to ensure that, okay, all right, I think. Okay, so the first one is about ensuring the effective legislations that are in accordance with the best practice. The second one is the effort to raise public awareness. This is giving the responsibility to the government and the second one is more like from the part of the public on all other stakeholders to collaborate on efforts to raise public awareness and ensure everyone is sensitized on their rights and the provisions of the policies and legislations. Are we okay with this? Are we okay with number 3?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, so that takes us to the fourth one. Ensure that the government or other entities have the right system to protect personal and sensitive data.
If I may comment, can we say ensure that this will deal with implementing that policy or the law that will follow suit. So in that you have two categories. You have the data collectors, controllers, and data controllers and let me just check. But here you say protect personal and sensitive data. Do we say personal identifiable data instead of this sensitive data? Personal identifiable data.
Yeah, I think that would be more appropriate.
Personal identifiable data. Could you say personal data or sensitive?
Yeah, I was gonna say personal data will work, but it still make more sense to say personal identifiable, data or information.
Okay, so we'll leave it at that, and that will take us to the next point on the fifth one, which is the need for awareness on online businesses. On what, let's say, I guess it's.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Number four, just to use the right terms, and so that data, we say ensure that data controllers and processors have the right systems to protect personally identifiable data. In the government and other entities, the right terms should be data controllers and processors.
Yeah. Well, I think for this one, Mohamed Aliou, to ensure that the data controllers and processors have the right system to protect personal data Wouldn't this actually involve the law, or do we have like an entity that's for this? Do we have any institution that is?
No, with respect to data protection and privacy, right? Everybody is either a data controller or a processor or those both. For example, if you go to the hospital, they collect your data, and sometimes they may also process it. If you go to the airport, also they collect your data, right? And if possible, if they have need, they may process it to gain more information. Likewise, the GSMs, the ISPs, and the apps that you have. So whether government or anybody, you either fit as a data controller or you process data, or sometimes you fit in both. So I was just saying to align ourselves with the correct terms to use this instead of mentioning government entities.
Okay. Oh, I guess we all understand in that perspective then. So let's go to the next one, which is the need for awareness on what online businesses do with our personal data.
I would prefer we remove the word online businesses, because if you say online businesses, that is kind of restrictive. You know, there are a lot of businesses that are not online and they are collecting people's personal information.
Okay. You can remove that.
You can just put businesses, not online.
Yeah. Okay, the need for awareness.
Exactly. You can just eradicate the word online and leave businesses there.
Okay.
That might be fitting here.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we generalize this? Because to me, this is more about awareness. People to be aware on the need to protect their personal data, right? Especially when doing transactions, or when surfing the internet, or when using app and the like. Not only when doing business.
Okay, because we have already captured that in number 3, collaborative effort to raise public awareness to ensure everyone is sensitive on the rights and the provisions of policy. Okay, all right. So this is more like the need to awareness on what businesses do.
Yeah. Exactly.
So let's open it a bit, not just businesses, right? For the populace to be careful, right? To be watchful, to protect their personal data, right? When surfing the internet, when accessing apps, giving consent to apps, transacting, all that. So not only businesses.
Yeah, I don't know. With regard to businesses, with regard to apps, they have what they call license agreement. So if people are used to this issue of accept, yes, next. So some of these apps, and applications, they have this license agreement. That's why when you have issues with them, you take them to court. They use the license agreement against you. So businesses, we don't see businesses having such things in the Gambia. Where you can read for you to be consented whether to accept or not to accept. So I don't know. That's the point I'm looking at it.
Yes, your point is correct, but still, even in respect to those apps who make you sign or otherwise, right? Are you aware of what you are signing? Most of us, including myself, we just accept blindly without knowing, if you're reading the policy, right? The privacy policy. So this is more a recommendation to the masses, right? To protect their personal data, to be watchful, to be careful, right? When giving consent to access their personal data, whether businesses, whether apps, all those things.
Yeah, that's fine. To some extent, it will boil down to personal responsibility, like because these giant tech companies, they do this as a deliberate strategy, make the license agreement very, very huge, because the belief is that customers will not have time to even read this, so just make it huge.
So I'm suggesting to rephrase it this way: the need for public awareness on how our personal data is protected and how the law protects us in the case of data compromise. Does anyone have an object to that? Or?
No objection, Constable speaking for the record.
Thank you. Okay, so we go to the next, which is the last one: government to leverage on technology by working on websites and content.
Madam Chair, objection.
Okay, Mahmoud Ali, come in before.
First line, personal data, can you say can be protected?
Personal data.
Yes, can be. After that, instead of is, you say can be. On how our personal data can be protected.
The need for public awareness on how our personal data can be protected. Okay, and how the law. Okay, makes sense. So the last one is government to leverage on technology by working on websites and content on the internet to share all relevant public data on the internet for accessibility. I don't know how this goes in line with the topic, but let's look at it together. The government to leverage on technology, that is to use more technology systems or more systems in the organizations, and by working on websites and content on the internet to share relevant data, public data on the internet for accessibility.
I don't think this is in line with the topic.
No, this is not in line. This one, let's just get rid of that.
So, these are the points we have for each of the sessions.
Adama?
Yes.
Chair is adding more recommendations now. Can you look at that?
Okay. Let me check that quickly, and we can add that to. Has it already been added? Okay, let's give it a few seconds for him to just add this quickly.
See brief proof letter.
So they would have to what they you
Albania. You have use your core.
Please, can you mute yourself, please? Mute yourself, please.
Okay, let's give Sheikh Tijan a few seconds to Mahmoud, can you check on Sheikh Tijan? Okay, I guess. So I'll just copy and paste this, and then we will look at it together. Okay, so the 6th, 7, 8, and 9, so we have a lot of recommendations on this topic. So okay, so from the 6th, the government needs to put it to the citizens on what engagement they are in, and which will allow citizens to be on top of issues to what they are being governed. Oh, okay, so exactly.
This is not in line with the topic.
Madam Chair, can you correct the spellings of the citizens?
Okay, so the government needs to put in to the, yeah, I think we can remove this, right? Okay, so the 6th says the citizens also need to know their rights, which will help them to know what their shared data is being used. I think we've already touched base with this. Or we've actually captured this from the earlier points we had.
Yeah, this has already been captured. This has been captured where we talk about citizens, the right to know what the data are being used for by businesses. This has been captured.
Okay, so the government and stakeholders in data protection should leverage means of disseminating information to not only be educated people, but to every Gambian. Okay, I guess the government and stakeholders in data protection authorities should leverage on the means of getting information being disseminated to not only educated people, but to every Gambian. I think what we want to say here is the government should actually put in the means or put in the systems that would actually, the information being disseminated is accessed by everyone and not just some part of the people. What do you guys think about this? Can we look at this together? Should we rephrase this?
How do you want to rephrase it, Adama?
Instead of having government and stakeholders in data protection to means, we can have it as stakeholder in data protection control or authorities to actually so I'm just suggesting we rephrase it to something more in line with this. But let me have your let me have your opinions. Government and stakeholders and data protection authorities to put in place the platform that information sharing.
Madam Chair, this is off the topic.
Yes, let's remove this part. Let's remove it. It's hard to make sense out of it. Okay, so the 7th one says those responsible to implement those data protection policies needs to be trained, which will be better equip them as actors. Those responsible to implement the data protection
Actually,
policy.
this in the strategy, that strategy objective which says capacity building and the creation of industry, data protection and privacy industry. So this already embedded in the strategy. So what we can say is government to expedite implementation of that policy and strategy. Because right now government is in the process of drafting the bill, but it should go ahead with sensitizing that there's more than just the bill. That there's process of training, creating an industry, a privacy industry in the country, just like Ghana has. And also right now that's it. Because the other thing is identifying an authority, right, to regulate privacy. But that will be handled when the bill is being drafted. Right now, for government to expedite implementing the data protection and privacy policy and strategy, especially let me just read the right term used there. The industry. Industry of what? Creation of an industry.
Expedite.
The implementation of government to expedite the implementation of the data protection and privacy policy data protection and privacy.
Data protection. Can you come again, Mama? I did not get
data
that.
protection and privacy. Especially the creation of an industry. Creation of a data protection and privacy industry of professionals. Do it that way. Of a data protection and privacy industry of professionals. Industry of professionals.
Government to expedite the implementation of the data protection and privacy
policy and strategy.
Policy.
And strategy. (2019) 2019. There. No. After the strategy.
Is this for professional or of professional?
Of professional, industry of professional.
Okay. So, Onyari, can you just elaborate more on this? Let us at least have
Now,
an idea of exact.
now the policy and strategy, we have certain objectives, right? One is drafting the bill, right, to establishment of a Gambia Data Protection Authority. But this establishment of a data protection authority will come after the bill, after the enactment of the bill. The bill will identify the right entity or create a new one. After then the authority will be established. Then the other one is creation of an industry of data protection and privacy professionals. So then the fourth is sensitization and awareness raising. So this industry is more of a capacity building. First, identify the gaps. Do we have experts? Do we have experts on data protection? If we don't have, then how do we create experts, right? Professionals in this. It could be maybe 13 people go do a training of trainers, or maybe using UTG to maybe roll out a course on maybe course on that, or using other trust institutions to roll out a professional course on privacy and data protection. That way you create professionals and then create an industry, maybe a platform where they can have, they can share ideas, they can meet annually also. That's all about it. Hope that's clear. Hello?
Go ahead now, modular. Go ahead.
Yeah, voice is clear. We get that.
Okay, sorry, I was actually muted. I actually muted myself. I was thinking I was still on. So the conclusion is here that the government should actually expedite or fast track the process of implementation of this data protection and privacy policy and strategy. So it's actually already in place, but or in the process. The recommendation here is to expedite the process of
implementing, especially this part, the creation of that industry. I mean, capacity building, not only capacity building, but also making that network among the professionals.
Okay. So, do we need to actually change this industry to a network of professionals?
Okay.
Okay, so I think if we are fine with that, let's go to the last point,
So
which is
before you go, capitalize the words, because this is a proper noun. Data protection, the D, the P, the first letters of each word, capitalize them. Not that one properly, but the name of the policy, data protection and privacy policy and strategy. DPP, yeah. Strategy also, yeah, that's it.
okay. So that takes us to the last one, which is those responsible to implement those data protection policies needs to be trained, which will better equip them as actors. I think it's also in place with what you've just deliberated on, Momodo Ali. That's the capacity.
That's why I think you should leave the industry, because if you talk of network of professionals, mean you already have professionals. But in the Gambia, I don't think we have many. If we have, it will be very scanty. Privacy specialists, right? So if you talk of the industry of that, then I think that sounds to me more from scratch, which includes network of them.
Okay, can we have then both wording on it?
Okay, see how you can phrase it.
Especially education for data protection and privacy industry and network.
Madam Chair, if you allow, it's better we remove the network, because actually government cannot create that network. All government will do is to ensure that mass capacity building, right? Then once there are many professionals in data in privacy, then they will create their own network.
Okay, so but then if that's what we are actually directing it to, I think we should also emphasize on the word capacity. The industry, yes, but then the capacity is the industry is actually reflecting the capacity building of these professionals.
That's so industry includes capacity. So if you're okay with maybe the terms, then you can replace this whole thing from especially building capacity or capacity building. Replace the whole thing, say especially capacity building. Yes, then that's okay. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so if we are okay with that,
remove 7.
Are we all okay to remove 7? Say silent.
Yes, I seconded that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this is what we have, and this will take us to the addendum, which is we, the stakeholders, agree to participate fully in national, regional, and Pan-African and global internet governance forums to make the Gambia's position clear and known in the worldwide in regards to issues on the internet governance. We, the stakeholders, agree to maintain the multi-stakeholder nature of the National Internet Governance Forum Steering Committee for subsequent national internet governance forums, and hope to resume our regular face-to-face forum in 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic could have been curtailed, or where we would not have any more of this COVID-19, inshallah. So the National Steering Committee comprises of the following organizations and institutions. We have 17 stakeholder group representations in the steering committee. These are the following institutions being represented in the steering committee: the Minister of Information, Communication and Infrastructure, Information, Communication and Infrastructure, Information Technology Association of the Gambia, ITAG, Gambia Press Union, National Youth Council, GCCI, Gambia Chamber of Commerce, GCCI, sorry, Gambia Chamber of Commerce Association, Joker Labs, Banjul, Public Utility Regulatory Authority, PURA, Association of National Non-Governmental Organizations, Internet Society Gambia, University of the Gambia, GAMCHICS, Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, Ministry of Justice, Serikunda Internet Exchange Point, Give1 Project. So these are the 15 institutions that we will be continuing with if we all come to an agreement with that. And these have been the institutions that have been within the steering committee, have been represented within the steering committee from the previous years. So this is what we have. And then if we conclude with this, or we're okay with everything that has been read before, and we will come to a conclusion and close the event. Then I will pass it on to Khadija to give the closing remarks. But also to say a big thank you to the Minister of Information and Communication Infrastructure, Mood Aluprisal data to the ministry and to UNDP and all other stakeholder groups that have fully participated and added value to the planning and organizing of the virtual meeting. We are definitely looking forward to the 15th Global Internet Governance Forum, which will be happening in November, still under the process of organizing and planning. So it will be very interesting to have a global IGF online with so many workshops, over 136 workshops to be featured. So we hope to get more involved in the global level by participating, and to obviously look forward to assuming next year's IGF in a physical manner, or in a physical appearance instead of the virtual. Not saying that it's not, we had a very great session and we had a huge participation to the virtual meeting. And this has been a first in the Gambia, but seeing the success of it and then the outreach of it, it's quite impressive when we are actually talking about digital inclusion and the digital era that we are in. So to this, I would like to say thank you on my behalf and the steering committee. And I would like to give Khadija to do the closing remarks for today. But let's just have one more review and an adoption of this. Once again, I will just review it one more for everyone to look at, and then pass the mic to Khadija for the closing ceremony. So I will read through the communique once more after the final editing. So the 6th National Internet Governance Forum, the Gambia, communique 26 and 27 August 2020, on the overarching theme, digital inclusion in the Gambia in times of COVID-19. We, the participant at the 6th National Internet Governance Forum, held virtually on a Zoom platform. The Gambia on the 26th and the 27th of August, organized by the Gambia National Internet Governance Forum in collaboration with the Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure, the Gambia, MOICI, with the support of UNDP. Recalling that this is the 6th session of the National Internet Governance Forum held in the Gambia. Recalling that this is the 3rd National Internet Governance Forum held in the Gambia after a 6-year hiatus. Recalling that the 12th West African Internet Governance Forum in 2020 took place virtually online from the 22nd to the 24th July 2020. And the 8th Pan-African Internet Governance Forum here to Vietnam will also be going virtual prior to the UN Global IGF to be held online in November. All these virtual forums to the global COVID pandemic, COVID-19 that has affected the way we interact. So we agree on the digital inclusion in the Gambia in terms of COVID-19 session, that we all, the stakeholders that are present here, agree that the government and other stakeholders to make access to internet more affordable regardless of gender, age, and geographical location. Government and regulatory authority to reduce the tax burden to the minimum value to allow more investors into the market. the steering committee to encourage more active participation from all relevant stakeholders. Government and other stakeholders should immediately facilitate more submarine cables to complement the AIM scheme. Young people should be given more support and the platforms to develop innovative ideas for the advancement of digital inclusion. On the second session, which is on impact of social media and misinformation, fake news into the 2020 elections. We present here today, the stakeholders agree to the following: for the public to differentiate between the reliable and authentic media platform from the fake news sites. Secondly, to educate and provide a platform for media literacy on information or data being shared. Third point, to media houses to verify and be held accountable for disseminating false information. Government to fast track the enactment of the freedom of access to the information bill to ensure more openness and transparency in its process. Don't mind my Fulani tongue. And the fifth one, the public to fact check the sources of the information and the media platforms to ensure that the public is educated on digital rights. And for the last session, which is on privacy data protection within the Gambia, we, the stakeholders present today, agree on the following. Citizens need to be more informed on policies in place on information technology related aspects, especially with personal data. The need for the government and the National Assembly members to ensure that we have effective legislations that is in accordance with the best practices. Collaborative efforts to raise public awareness and ensure everyone is sensitized on their rights and the provisions of policies and legislations. To ensure that data controls and processors have the right systems to protect personal data, personal identifiable data. The need for public awareness on how our personal data can be protected and how the law protects us in a case of data compromise. Lastly, the government to expedite the implementation of data protection, privacy policy, and strategy 2019, especially the creation of a data protection and privacy industry of professionals through capacity building. So this is what we have. These are the recommendations that we have, and I believe we all agreed on as a multi-stakeholder group.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I gave it to, if you don't have anything to add, say, or object, I'll give the floor to Hadija to do the closing remarks.
Yes, one minute. Everybody just raise your hands up. Raise your hands up, please. Raise your hands in the acts that you are, in the participant list that you are okay, so we know we have the program. Raise your hands up, raise your hand. I think we are good to go.
Yes, please raise your hands.
We are good to go to be adopted. So yes, to be so adopt, and then we say someone seconds, please. Madam Chair, adopt it, and someone will second it, and we'll move over to close.
Okay, so I have adopted it.
I seconded it. It's been a long 2 days.
Yes, absolutely. And also, thank you so much. Anyway, I'll give Khadija to do the vote of thanks. I'm sure she will touch on everyone's efforts.
And please know this will be sent by Khadija and by Adama to all the stakeholders, and we'll also pass it to the UNDP who have supported this event and the ministry. So a PDF of this version will be sent to the ministry, the UNDP, and all stakeholders, and it will be on the ITAG website, the GM website, the IGF Gambia website when it comes out, and also it will be shared with our NRI, as we're a national and regional IGF initiative. I've put the link also for the Internet Governance Forum for you to follow the schedule for November. Yeah, so over to you back, Adama, then Hadi.
Okay, thank you for noting that out, Pons. Yes, it will be shared, and it will be shared to all the relevant stakeholders and all the stakeholders listed within this document. Also, as Shengetai, the program manager for technology and applications and the UN IGF also requested yesterday for this to be shared. So we will put it forward to the global UN IGF to be featured in the upcoming Internet Governance Forum and to the website shared globally. So moving on from that, I guess we're okay to give the floor to Hadija for the closing remarks. Thank you, and for a successful 2 days event, virtual event, online event. Okay, to you, Khadija, if you're with us. Looks like Khadija is not online. Is Khadija online? Okay, looks like she is not online, and we are way behind time. So I would just say, okay, I'll just do give a brief thank you, gratitude to all the participants, especially from the youths. We have a lot of youth participation, a lot of youth contributions, and they've really participated in asking questions and also being part of the voices that have added to the recommendations that is stated on the communique to be later forwarded to the relevant stakeholders. To say thank you to the moderators that have really put in so much effort and really moderated the sessions in a best way possible. To Pons-led Hadija Yaami, thank you for the work done. And to the speakers as well that have taken time from their busy schedules. As we all know that we are in COVID-19, one way or the other, we are always busy, either on other virtual meetings or the work we done in the office. For those that are going to the offices and for those that are at home, there is always something to do. But taking time from their busy schedules within a short period of notice to be here and to give excellent deliberations on sessions that have been presented on. To our supporters and to our partners and to our sponsors, most especially to UNDP for giving full support and full sponsorship for the event, for all the logistics involved in the event, and to MOICI as well for also funding and being part of the sponsors of the event, not just financially, but for all the capacities that are needed on logistics. Also to our team, the planning committee team, for the extremely good job and for the efforts, for the commitment dedicated to hosting a first virtual meeting. Truly, I am really happy and I'm really honored to work with the planning committee. The planning committee that has been comprised of the stakeholders, representatives from that has been listed in the document here, and to the youths that have also volunteered to do the flyers, people like Ismail Anjay and Ismail Jawara and Usman, thank you for the flyers, and most especially to Therese from Joka Lab as well for the individual flyers that has been done. And for ISO Gambia, for the Zoom platform, to Victor and to Jolie for staying with us through all this time. The live feeds has been excellent. It has been really excellent, and we have a lot of people joining in to look at the live feeds on the process of the 2 days meeting. So honestly, this has been a first time, and we can see the outcome. I would say from my part, this has been a success, and definitely, I don't even know what else to say, but I hope I have actually shown gratitude and given thanks to all those that has one way or the other added value to this event and for the 6th annual Internet Governance Forum for the Gambia. We hope for active participation from stakeholders. Like it has been mentioned before, it's not about just having representatives from stakeholder groups in the steering community, but their commitment and their active participation is very important, very crucial, because we are the ones that are the representatives and should be the voices of anything that's related to internet governance in the Gambia. So that is also something that I really wanted us to point out. Not just to be dormant as dormant stakeholder groups, but to actively participate as a representation of the broader community. Okay, so I don't know if I'm missing anything, but I would like to call on my colleagues, Ponslet Mudo Aliu from Amadou A, my vice chair, also for the dedication, and also for the youth IGF, the youth IGF, they've hosted a Day Zero event as an outreach and an orientation for the youth to participate, where very essential and useful aspects has been touched on and elaborated by my colleagues, Biran, Ponslet, Hadija, and Amadou, and all the people that presented.
Yeah, Adama, I think we forgot, we have to give a big shout out to Jolie from ISOC New York. For, yes. Yeah, even though he's on vacation, he really did a wonderful job in streaming, in setting up all our live events. Jolie has been doing this for the last 3 IGFs for the Gambia. So shout out to Jolie, who is on vacation. Despite his vacation in New York, he has really done this. I think Adama too can complain. And also Halaji Sise, also the current president of ISOC Gambia, who can be here with us, who has to go on trek on this new bridge, Trans-Gambia Bridge, and so he couldn't be online, but Halaji Sise has really been great in facilitating all the work with the live streaming with ISOC and all the technical possibilities that with Zoom from ISOC Africa, Victor from ISOC Africa providing this platform. So ISOC has really been magnificent in that. We wish to thank them, and personally praying for Halaji Sise and his new team as executive of ISOC Gambia to do what ISOC does best for communities in terms of the internet around the globe and including the Gambia. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Pont, for adding your voice to that. And yes, thank you to Jolie. I really did mention him, but I think I need a bigger voice for that. Thank you, Jolie. Despite you being on a vacation, you committed yourself to really be with us through all the sessions. Definitely, most definitely. Thank you, and thank you once again, and to ISOC Gambia, Alaji, for mediating this process and for his commitment. Yes, and everyone, thank you. So I guess we can now say thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Adama, we go, eh?
Yes, we can.
Okay.